Oh. Oh. Yeah. There we go. All right. Heyas. How's everyone doing? Heyas, Happy New Year's. Instagram, A paper, A white. Oh, and also report Super Danny. What? No! Super Danny. How y'all doing? Happy New Year's. How's everybody doing? Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah. I was so excited with Super Danny. I was so excited with Super Danny. Like, where's the picture of Super Danny? There's a picture of Super Danny. Look at it! Look at Super Danny in all its glory. It's so good. Bad, but probably bad, but good. Yeah, Satori, how you doing? Super Danny. Yeah, Fire Hazard to JBG. Yeah. It's Super Danny. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Look at it. Like, I saw this thing and I was just like, look at it in all its majesty. That could be me. I'm like looking at like picking up a power bar, or honestly all I really need is like a USB a like AC to USB charger or whatever. But the voltage and amperage and energy exists. Look, in a perfect world, yes, true. True, I suppose. Yeah. It's Wang! Satori, Wang, Happy New Year's! Like, oh my goodness, I need confetti! Confetti! I'm like Super Danny on a layer below the confetti. There we go. I see we're looking at electrical cars. We're looking at Super Danny! I discovered this last night because I was looking for, and well, I need to pick up a thing so I could charge my phone, because my like little USB plug that goes into the power bar died like a month ago, and I've been running my phone off an extension cable across the room to my other power bar that actually does have USB ports in it, and I realized it's like, wait, for the same price as like a USB, like a little USB dongle to plug it into an AC port, like an AC plug, why don't I could just get a whole power bar? And it's like, maybe I should just do that. Super Danny could burn down an apartment block. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. What is that monster? That monster infernal is the Super Danny. I'm a little bit taken with it. Power bars are great, just don't stack. Yeah, I don't stack power bars. Yeah, no worries. But yeah, so I've been like looking for a power option. Infernal, Happy New Year's! Yeah! For when a normal Danny won't do. I know, right? And amazingly, shortly after that, where is it? Oh, it's gotta be here somewhere. Where is it? How is this not like right there? Fine, I'll just go get it. Shortly afterwards, we discovered Bador sent me the Super Dana, which I like that it is like I like that it has a different name. I'm like, surely it's not real, but like I think it's amazing. Sure. But the problem with cheaper options is that you probably don't have great protection. You might fry your phone. Good point. But the thing is it's just like, I'm just looking for like a regular power bar that has, yeah. How are people supposed to even use those? Well, you simply just stack them all together. You combined all your super Danas together into a small power field. I don't. Oh, that's stacks. Not enough plugs. Hey, Heavy, how you doing? The wings of a flammable angel. But yeah, the name reminds me of the Super Magasun. Super Magasun. Was it Super Magasun? I need to know. Anyways. I know, but 5V circuit is shitty. It might shunt a 120 volt or AC into your phone. Yeah, but like, no, like I'm not gonna buy one of these, don't worry. I just thought it was really funny that it existed. Although I have to admit, like there's a part of me that looks at them like, damn, that's like 4 times the plugs at like half the cost. I'm like, that's just a good deal. Until it goes up in flames. Although amazingly, that is actually one of the highest reviewed power bars on Amazon.ca. It has like 20,000 like reviews. It's 20,000 like reviews and fucking, or it's like 20,000 purchases, and it has a 4.7 stars out of 5, which is actually higher reviewed than the more expensive power bars I've seen. Oh my god, Super Magasin. Oh my god, I love the way the kid is holding that controller. And the gun apparently shoots the word new. Maybe this is for MOBA team on the move, apparently. Look at this kid. Damn. I might have did some wild gaming this year, but I'm definitely not on this kid's level. He has this controller, he has a grip like a taco, and he has this gun that shoots the word new. That's wild. Damn. Think about how many Super Magasons I could plug into the Super Danny if I was really cooking. Yeah. I'd like to see you not burst into flames, but it is excessively funny. Don't worry, I'm not gonna burst into flames. Blob, Happy New Year's. Yeah, the kid is god tier, right? He even like look at him. Look at this kid. He even has like 6 shades on. Damn. Oh my god, he even has speed lines on him. Yeah. Like, look closely. Oh. Look closely. Those are speed lines right there. That means that kid's flying. Damn. It's just, don't want your expensive phone to get zapped. That's true. That's absolutely fair. Yeah. I had a knockoff car charger for my Zerus decades ago, and it fried when the car was turned on. Ooh. You might burst into flames if you get the Super Danny. Yeah, white has already deterred me from Super Danny. I probably wasn't gonna get that anyways. Yeah. Death Pidgey, how you doing? Happy New Year's. The kid's good. Bots 3,000. Does. The kid isn't just 90s cool kid cool. God damn. Need the Power Glove to be 90s cool. That's like his secret move. Like, just when you think he's down and out, he whips out the power glove. I'm like, I've seen enough stuff in the 90s to know that that's how that would go down. Anyway, so everybody on Twitter and Blue Sky deterred me from getting the Super Danny. Except one person. One person... Where are they? One person had the amazing line... The amazing line... Zeus fears you. Which, I'm like, well, damn. Yeah, Zeus. Actually, it's Zeus. Zeus fears me. I don't know who Zeus is, but damn. Oh my goodness. How's everybody doing tonight? My face of electrical ignition. Oh my goodness. Actually, one last note about the, well, that's a Super Dana. That one, I'm not convinced that exists. I couldn't find it. The thing that gets me about it, though, is that it's actually highly reviewed. Here, just one sec. And actually, like, you can, I searched this thing. I was like, I just need to know more. Not that I'm gonna buy one, but I need to know more. And like, I found reviews on YouTube and everybody was just like, yeah, it runs hot, but like, it works. No fires yet. Basically, every review just was like, no fires? Just one sec. What? Looking for this thing. Oh no! Oh, what the hell is this? This wasn't here yesterday. Oh, whoa, look at this one! I've fallen down the well of, look at these weird ass power bars. Look at this baby! This is like a stick that you could just like, there's no way. long boy. Is that 2023's world famous CodeChannel? Croctor, how you doing? Happy New Year's. It sounds less of a review, and hey guys, it didn't die notification. Basically, every review was just like, is this legit? And just about every single one was just like, it works for me. But nobody used all the plugs on it either. Like, that was something that like, was like, nobody was able to do it, because there's just so many. Yeah, that's like a power, shop power bar. Well, shit, I can't find it now. I can't believe it. It was a one-time deal. It's gone. They removed it. I'm actually like, wait, this wasn't a fever dream, was it? This existed, yeah? What the hell? What the hell? It was here yesterday. What reason would they have to take down the listing for this? I don't understand. Surely I took a picture of it, right? Oh, I didn't take a picture of it with the fucking reviews. Oh, I'm, what the hell? It's gone, they removed it. They removed the Super Danny. Banned. Brinos. Yeah, butthurt. Yeah, also Darth Bitchy. Happy New Year's, y'all. Yeah, this is a real-time gun. Oh. What the hell? It was here. It was here yesterday. I could have got it for $25. Now I'd have to pay the full price. I have to pay the full price of $45, and it's, I mean, it's still got 4.7 stars, but Like, their regular size power bar got good reviews. Like, look at this thing. Like, 220, like 229,000 like purchases is still almost 5 stars. Like, I'm like, yeah, standard Danny. Yeah, I know, right? And this Danny 8 Super for 25, you can commit playful arson. And so now there's only listings for the $100 version and the $90 version. Like, this, I swear, yesterday when I was on Amazon, this was $25. It was $25. Now it's $133. I missed my chance at the Super Danny. Oh, there we go. I'm gonna be kicking myself for the rest of the year. Wait, it's 45? Oh, yeah, there's one here for 45 also. Oh, yeah, okay. There we go. There we go. Look at that. Vakari, how you doing? But this one isn't reviewed. It doesn't have as many purchases. Wait a second. Does Super Danny plug into 220? That doesn't look like a normal plug. Oh yeah, you're right. I didn't notice. I don't know. It does look like. Yeah, you're right. It does look like a 220. Not a proper Super Danny. Anyways, fine. Okay, so it turns out it was $45. Damn, at 25 I wouldn't have even second. That would have been a death trap for me. In my sleepy mind, it was on for $25, I guess. They resolved all the problems with the second model. Did they? Might be like a shop thing then. It says home office dorm game room on it, so it's gaming. About the only thing I heard was that from the reviews was that I think it disables the 3.0 USB jack on it if you plug in enough USBs. Which apparently is like a running issue with these things, apparently. Right after it bursts into flames. Okay, that's maybe also a factor. Anyways, how y'all doing? How's everyone doing tonight? Welcome, everyone. Welcome. Oh my goodness, are y'all down? Are y'all down for hanging out tonight? We have 150 games to recap for 2023. This is the most games I've ever played in a year, and it was a busy one. It was a busy year this year. So tonight we're gonna basically just be hanging out. Happy New Year's. We're gonna unplugging my stove so I can charge 20 phones at once. Exactly. I mean, who doesn't want to live this dream? That could be me. Damn. Very disappointed. Blue Wizard, how you doing? Happy New Year's! Can you believe Cass has an emote that works perfectly with sunglasses? Oh my god. It does too. I don't know. So I figured it out, like, end of the year with horror. Oh no. So I figured out how to where the sunglasses fall on your emote. So I figured out how that like works, how to line up your emotes to see how that'll like work out. So I've tried to make sure that most of my emotes line up well with the sunglasses if I can. Don't complains when it bursts into flames because when it bursts into flames when it can be sure there will be no surviving witnesses. Oh no. That's why there's so few that's why there's so few bad reviews. There's fireworks and screaming kids here. This is fine. I'm so tired. Oh, gotcha. Well, tonight is gonna be chill here. We're gonna vibe, talk about games. No, it's gonna be no really loud sounds. The loudest sound you'll probably hear is Time Gun every once in a while. Oh yeah, to celebrate the Super Danny, celebrate Super Danny, the discovery of Super Danny. I've put this image on stream like 6 times now, because I thought I was done every time. To celebrate Super Danny, where is it? White got me a new hat for the stream. Ta-da! So yeah. I'm like, I think we earned it this year. Nice. Hat. I know, certified. Yeah, that means I'm a professional. Boy. There's just like, I'm just like Super Danny found on works. On work sites. My dyslexia turned the I into an exclamation mark. In a burst of 2024 spirit, local cat girl burns down her house. More at 11. Yeah. Quiet is what I need at the end of this god-awful year. But that's fair. It's been... Oh, okay, what's up? This year is definitely... year's... Honestly, it's been like a lot of years lately. It's kind of sucked a lot, but you know, sometimes all you can do is like look at the positive, and well, maybe not just look at the positive, but like I try to be positive. Try to be positive, and I mean, realistically, for the stream, this year was pretty good. We did good. We played a lot of games. We beat a lot of games. We platinumed a fair amount of games, and yeah, you do what you can, right? You do your, yeah, and what you can do is your best. Aw, yeah. It's a learning experience, whatever. Spring. Yeah, I sent it. Okay, White sent me a thing. Oh, that's pretty good. Oh, you look cute. Also, that cat is majestic. White sent me a picture of a majestic cat. Look at this boy. Oh, that is a big cat. I need to beat more games, but my executive dysfunction envious of 150 games beaten. Oh, see, my executive dysfunction, that's what, like, fuels my ability to beat games. Because I'm just, like, dysfunctional in every other aspect of my life. Complete works of William Shakespeare. No, I don't think I uploaded that. But what have I uploaded? I'm trying to think. What do we have? We have this.
Yes, I saw. You were doing well until everyone died.
Yeah. So that's a thing. Ah, Nico Arc. Just kind of gritty on my shoulder. So dysfunction, my below. I legit think it's my mental thing that affects my life most. Yeah, it's very, very hindering. I definitely I wish I could show y'all, like, I've tried to come up with like methods to kind of help me like work through it. And I don't think that's really the answer, but I've come up with like coping methods, I guess, for it. And I've been trying to like do those this year. One of which has been like actually writing everything down and making tiny lists each day. Well, therapy, yes, I am going to therapy. but like I'm making little lists each day. One thing that I found actually helps a lot is if I just make a little tiny list. At least it helps me. Like once again, everybody's dysfunction's different. Yeah, I mean I haven't changed my name either yet, or got my car service. Yeah, like my dysfunction is more tied to like everything else. Like my capacity for the stream is usually pretty good though. But I make like lists with like 3 or 4 things on them, 4 or 5 things on them, and I'm one thing. Actually, this is a trick that Pirate Software actually talks about too, which is that make short lists and make the first few things really easy, because when you like check those off the list, it will give you a boost to do the other things. Yeah. I'm on an NES kick lately. Hell yeah. I mean that's one of the big announcements that I have. I'd get therapy for executive dysfunction, but I was mainly getting therapy for anxiety before we moved, and haven't set up a counselor. Gotcha. Yeah, I do mine. I do my therapy over web appointments, which helps a lot. It's much easier to get in for web appointments than it is in person. For anyone that is interested in therapy, like I highly recommend, like if going in person is not a option, or just it would be more convenient to do web chat. A lot of places offer web services now, and it's much quicker to get into web services compared to, I know, like for me, like I was able to get into the like web services. It only took like a month and a half to get into web services, whereas like if I was to go in person, it would have taken like 6 to 8 months. Hope that y'all work well with what you have and what you I don't know that word in the current. Yeah. Also, got some fun pick up and play stuff like Pac-Man Pinball. Oh, very good. Beat Zelda 1 and 2 for the first time this year. Hell yeah. Those are big games. Got tackle Metroid next, and got Dragon Warrior card on the way. Oh, very good. Lots of classic gaming. Very good. Which is something we're gonna be getting into. Also, hey Yumbo, Happy New Year's, everybody. More confetti. I'm like, where is it? Where's my confetti button? Confetti. Yeah. So yeah. I of course had a little bit of a preview. Yo, Tomaran, Happy New Year's. Yo. Aw, how's things going? We need special confetti. We do need special confetti. More confetti! So yeah, one of the things I talked about just a few months shy of 3 years. Oh, hey, congratulations! I would shoot confetti again, but I just shot it. Happy New Year's, Retro! More confetti for Tomaran! 3 years! Yo! Hey, I'm proud of you. So yeah, I kind of teased last stream, well actually the stream before last stream, one of the things we're going to be doing this year coming up is we're going to be playing more retro games. We're going to be doing retro achievements. I'm going to use it as a little bit of, I'm going to use retro achievements as kind of a little bit of leverage to kind of push myself to go through and play through some classic games again. We're starting with the NES and we're gonna work our way up from there. Yeah, like I think it'll just be kind of something fun to dig into. So I'm looking forward to it. Hell yeah, that's hype. Yeah. So should be good. We're gonna be doing NES. We're gonna be eventually probably moving on to Super Nintendo. I'm still not sure exactly how I'm gonna approach it. I have a couple ideas, like what I'm gonna do. I wish somehow Mr. FPGA could have retro achievements. Oh, that'd be nice. Like somehow, I don't know how you do that, but it could be doable, probably. Someone's probably looking at it. Yeah. Let me know if you need help setting up overlays for retro achievements. Yeah, absolutely. One thing I do want to, I'd like to kind of redesign the achievement pop-up, because like the one that I've been like, that I have access to, I'm like, this one's really like, it's sort of really specifically dialed, and I want something that's a little bit lower key. I've been playing Metroid Fusion on my modded PSP. Oh, very cool. Oh, Metroid Fusion. Metroid Fusion's good. It's very hard to get retro achievements running on hardware because they don't really expose memory. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. But, yeah. I was like, hey Gazer, how you doing? You guys have my CRT and original controllers via SNAC. Oh. Especially now that Nintendo 64 is on it. Need the authentic stick sensitivity, gotcha. I mean, one alternative could be like just getting like USB dongles so you use like the original controllers with PC. That could be an option. It's not the same as playing, of course, on original hardware, or, you know, hardware that perfectly imitates original hardware, but it is something. Oh, you gonna get some sleep? All right, Gazer, you have a great night, okay? Happy New Year's. As well as Persona 3. Ah, very good. Yeah, actually the new Persona 3 is coming out this year, I think, isn't it? But yeah, so we're gonna be doing retro achievements this year coming up. Like I said, we're probably gonna start from the NES. I'm gonna play a few arcade games on it, but we're probably gonna start from the NES and work our way up from there. I'm gonna try and hit like a lot of like key titles, mostly from like Nintendo, Capcom, like Konami. I guess like on eventually we'll maybe even get into Sega systems, but I'm probably gonna focus on the Nintendo side of things first. But we'll see. We'll see. But my soft goal, this is like a really soft goal, of course. My soft goal would be to get to Nintendo 64 era by the end of next year. So, but that would be like that's a pretty soft goal. But I'm thinking of at least having like a retro game going at all times in the lineup. Yeah, it's gonna be crazy, yes. Yeah. And it's gonna be a little unusual because it's gonna be a lot of games that I've played a lot over the years, but it's also been a long time. Like I've played original Super Mario Brothers a lot over the years, but like actually the last time I played it on stream I think was in 2020, so it wasn't that long ago. Yo. So, but I'm gonna probably stick to the Nintendo side of things first. Is it gonna be a low-res code model? That'd be fucking sick. I'd have to look into that though. Yeah, because unfortunately, I'm not particularly. I'm okay at modeling, but I wouldn't know how to do all the needed things to actually have a rigged model. So I wouldn't be able to do that by myself. But it is something that would be really cool. That'd be especially cool for doing retro games. You're right. I didn't think about that. Yeah. She gave me Study XE biblically accurate Mr. Bunny. There might be some stuff you could do with filters in OBS. Depends how the model is displayed, I guess. Yeah, I mean, there is, like, I suppose I could do stuff with filters to kind of, like... I could, like, probably apply, like, a mosaic effect, I guess. But I think, like, an actual, like, a low poly model would be pretty cool. I'll have to think on it. But, yeah, that's something I'm gonna have to, like, do for this year coming up. Speaking of executive dysfunction, something I do have dysfunction on that definitely kicks in is working on model costumes. I gotta get better at that. I'm great once I get started, but like actually getting the ball rolling. Like I've had a couple costumes that I've sat on since like June that I've been meaning to get to. And like they're like over half finished. It's just a matter of like going in and like finishing them off. So Pac-Man turned into a square man until I reset the cart. Oh. PS1 style model like Lilith would be awesome. Yeah, I know a few modelers that specialize in low poly, but it's like I don't know about like dropping the cash on something, because it's still not, it might be low poly, but they're still like really, really, it's expensive to get done. But the temptation is there. And I don't know, I feel weird about the idea of just like asking for like doing a fund or donation thing for something like that. I don't know. That's just me. I've kind of realized over the years that like I don't know, I just feel weird about it. But yeah, so that's some of the stuff we're gonna be doing next year though. So that's like kind of my soft plans. Soft plans. I do have a few ideas for the stream though that I would like to get implemented next year. So I don't know if we'll clear as much next year as what we've done this year. 150 is a good place to plant a flag, I think. Yeah. Yeah, momentum's fun. It's hell to play with. Momentum is super important, and I think that's like really key when it comes to like getting things done and that's why like when I was talking about making lists and having like really easy things at the beginning of your list to do, that like creates momentum that helps you get to the like more difficult things on the list. Yeah. So, but we'll have to see what's what as far as this year goes. Gosh, I'm really hungry. It's just like kicking in now. Okay, so I'm debating about if I want to try. Just let me see. I want to try and do it this way, or if I want to. Can I make this? Can I make this a thing? There we go. Let me see. Will this work? Can I just? It does work. Okay, this might be a good way to do this. Except I was like, can I just drag and drop things onto this tier list maker? Where is it? I'm like, is this doable? Can I just drag and drop? You can drag and drop things onto tier list maker, but I've dragged and dropped the Super Danny and put it onto S tier. So we'll have to refresh this list. Cause drag and drop. All right. Okay. Super Danny. I needed an image to test it with. Okay, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna get this rolling. I'm gonna copy this and paste a duplicate. We're gonna just like put it right here, right there. And this one we're going to narrow it down so it's just the tier list, so that it'll be easier to fit on. As for Super Danny, Dangerous Inferno tier. I like it. Okay. Except we're gonna need room, because this thing's gonna be like more than just D tier. Okay. Add a row below. Add a row below. Okay, so we gotta we need at least like one. There we go. And there. Okay. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna put all our games that we've played this year on a tier list. So we're gonna just use this as kind of easy way to talk about it. Sorry, I'm just like scaling this right now. Dangerous Inferno sounds like a So Bad Guy movie. It does. That's like a super. All right, there we go. We got a sick tier list here. Okay, we're gonna put F. Maybe didn't finish. And I'll just we'll see. Maybe not didn't finish. Because I think some of these games I played enough that I could probably give my thoughts on and still drop them on the chart without necessarily. You should collect other streamers' tier lists and rank them on a tier list. Maybe. Okay. I don't know. We'll figure out what these spaces are for later. Actually, you know what? Here. We'll do S plus. We'll do S. We'll do A. We'll do B. We'll do C. We'll do D. And we'll do. There we go. Gives a little bit more room. All right. So we got our tier list. And okay. There we go. So, there. Maybe put it there. Yeah, trust code. I trust codes takes over everything. Wait, what? What am I taking over? All right. I'm just gonna see if I can open a second window here. Okay, so if I minimize that, it just removes it, huh? We should stay up. Okay. Okay, there we go. No, you have to. You're supposed to stay on the tier list maker. Is it gonna switch between these windows? Is that how this works? Okay. Okay. I think that's working, but does it? I'm just making sure. So just in case, like, I Google search something and it comes up here and it's not terms of service. A real risk when interacting with the search engine. All right. So. All right, y'all ready? Are y'all ready to review 150 games? Which is a completely unreasonable thing to do, but that's what we're gonna do tonight. So I hope y'all are ready for this. I'm like, this is how we're gonna do this. I'm ready. You ready, Yumbo? Okay, good. All right, so starting at, and I'm gonna, okay, so this tier list comes with the crux of here. I'm also gonna just like we're just gonna like shrink this down just a little bit so that it's not completely there, just to give us a little bit more room. All right. Okay, so this tier list, I'm gonna put things on here, but there's gonna be sometimes temporary placements. I'm gonna move things up and down as I place things, so it's not gonna always be one-to-one. So just be warned. It's once something's placed on it, doesn't mean I won't change it, I guess is what I'm trying to get at. All right, so okay, and it will vanish apparently if I minimize it. I wonder if there's a setting for that. Okay. Let me just properties. Force SDR. I wonder what SDR means. Nope, that doesn't fix it. I don't know what that does. Okay, so it will vanish from time to time when I'm actually. Wait a minute. Okay. Alright, so we're doing it all live. We're setting it up live. All right, so the first game I played in 2023, the very first game we played was, and this probably won't surprise too many people, for back when I was, for people that were watching back then, will it just straight up? Yes. All right. So the first game I played in 2023 was Splatoon 3. Yeah. I actually really like Splatoon 3. I think the game is extremely good. I went into Splatoon 3 expecting to be like, just like, well, this is giving me my like Splatoon intake for the year, you know. I hated so much of the aesthetic in the trailers. I was really expecting not to like this game that much. Yeah, absolutely not ready, but it's never stopped the world before. Oh no. Positronic, Happy New Year's! Yeah. Splatoon 3, my most played game of the year again. Which, yeah, I think it's fair because I think the game is really good. They do a lot of things. They do a lot of things that improve it over, just gonna set color for that. There we go. We're gonna make it even bigger. Make the tier list even bigger. Because why not? There. Yeah. There are 3 of them. Did I play Splatoon? There is. Yes. Yeah. Alright. So Splatoon 3. Actually, I think like I said, I went in, I saw the trailers for this. I thought I was gonna dislike this game. This game did come out in 2022. But, actually, you know what? Here. Game of the Year. Contenders. There. That gives us an, not confident to review. There. There's our list. So, Splatoon 3, extremely good. Way better than I thought it would be. The story mode is more enjoyable on like a gameplay level, but I do think the aesthetic in this game is so dry. It's not too bad in the hub once you get used to it, but I think that like it's just a really dry aesthetic. The colors don't pop like they did in the previous games, and all that, which feels kind of, that was my original like deterrent, but I just needed Splatoon so bad. I sold Splatoon 2 like way too soon, and when I sold it, I was hungry for Splatoon, so I was really, really hungry for it when, Zafra, how you doing? How's this going? I gotta implement that thing that makes it so that like capitals, all soundboard is lowercase. Here, I will give you hello.
Oh no!
There you go. Yeah, I know it's just a piece of coding that I have to put into it to like adjust it, but I don't have it quite there yet. Soundboard was maybe a little bit undercooked. Yeah, no worries. Don't worry, I'm gonna fix it in the New Year's so that you'll be able to use any capitalization. Also, Happy New Year's! Yo! Splatoon 2 cart got broke. Oh, damn. Music's a banger, absolutely. Yeah, it's really good. I'm gonna make it even bigger tier list. Yeah, there we go. Maybe a little bit smaller. There we go. Yeah, soundboard live testing, exactly. It's almost New Year's for me, about an hour and a half left. Yeah, I got about half an hour left. Play all sounds, oh my god. I did that accidentally while testing, it was very funny, and also very loud. Oh, is it Dreamcast-esque? What is? But Splatoon 3, really good. It fixes the meta game, the end game of Splatoon 2. Fixes a little bit of the meta. So there's like a lot of like gameplay adjustments to this game that make it feel a lot better, which is good. Because 2's endgame was fucking rotten. I hate 2's endgame. It's everything I fucking despise about like an endgame. Because you're basically just like randomly rolling for a chance to maybe get the things you want. And you're just building up currency to do these random rolls, hoping that three different abilities line up to be exactly what you want on a piece of gear. And it's just awful. It's just an awful endgame. 3 fixes that by turning abilities into letting you have ability chunks, which let you force an ability onto a piece of gear, which is an excellent change. Yeah, so like 3 actually improves like the end game like immensely. I think the weapon, yeah, 2 is ability chunks though does it, but it wasn't like the same like way though, was it? I don't think it was, because like I remember 2's endgame fucking sucking, because like all you could do is like roll in hopes that, man, I don't remember 2 having ability chunks. I don't remember that at all. Maybe it was implemented after I sold the game. I have no idea. But yeah, they were harder to come by, but they do exist. I did use them to fix some gear slots. I thought they put in ability chunks. Oh, okay, maybe they put ability chunks in later, because I remember selling 2, and I do not remember ability chunks in 2. It could have been if it was implemented later in an update. I was probably out of the game by the time they were at it. Because it was a really big problem with 2, and it was really apparent that it was a problem with 2. Because when I played it, all you could do is use the super seashells to basically reroll all 3 of your abilities on a piece of gear, and that just kind of sucks. Because oftentimes you'll get 2 abilities you want, and then 1 you really don't want. The other thing that Splatoon 3 fixes from 2, 3 has its own bigger grind, but yes, it does. But ability chunks weren't one of them. Yeah, like ability chunks like make the game much more playable in the end game. So one thing it also fixes as far as like balancing and stuff goes is it makes it so that here, I'm actually gonna put like a bigger picture on the screen just so y'all can see exactly what I'm talking about. Okay, so what game I'm talking about. There we go. We'll put it right here. So one of the other bigger problems with one of the other things that Splatoon 3 fixes from 2 is it removes everything that does attack up or defense up. Removing these 2 traits, I think, makes the game much more firm. I know that like I kind of went back and forth whether I liked that change initially or not, but I think in the end I like it a lot more because you have consistency. You can look at a situation and engage it and know how many hits you need to land with your weapon to get a consistent kill. 1 and 2 have the ability to raise and lower your attack and defense, and those play a big factor into the game because like if you have enough defense, you can turn something that maybe kills in 2 to being something that kills in 3, which is a big change, right? If you were thinking of this in terms of like fighting games, if you die in like 2 hits versus 3, that's a big change, right? I think like, yo, Zozo, Happy New Year's. Happy New Year's, everybody! Consistent kill, I thought everyone was battling for a colorful floor. I mean, like, kind of. Sorry I've missed you so much. Hey, no worries, Zozo. I know life stuff happens, don't worry. You make sure you take care of yourself first and foremost, okay? We're always here. We're always here, and if you want to hang out anytime, you swing by, alright? Because 3 had free battle pass-esque in the catalog where you get emotes, titles, and literally gachapon for banners and titles. Thankfully, the update removed all the FOMO, question mark, from the game. No, there we go. Yeah. Oh, fear of missing out. Right. Okay. The worst and best year of my life is about to end. Aw. Hey, Arya. Yeah, I'm glad things are ending on a positive note. That's just one of the modes. Even then, splattering foes helps. Absolutely. Okay, so here's the thing. Just like covering Splatoon on like a most basic level. Some people look at Splatoon and they're like, "This is like you paint the floor, like, you know, and how deep is that?" So like the thing is like, why would you kill when you could just paint the floor? So this is like the entire like balance of Splatoon is there's points where it's better to paint and points where it's better to kill. And narrowing down what situation calls for you to do what is really important. The thing is if you can kill someone, you're preventing them from painting for like, let's say about 5 seconds at least, 5-6 seconds. So splatting is usually worth it. If you can like take someone out, that's only in your benefit. And of course, that's like the back and forth. So that's like the back and forth of it all. Stuff like the painting is specifically why it's the only shooter I like. And well, that's the thing, right? Is, yo, Duke, welcome. Happy New Year's. But that's like the thing that's kind of nice about Splatoon is that there is an element where even if you're not like the best on offense, being proficient at painting or being proficient at like gaining ground is super good in Splatoon, and that's part of what makes this game like pop, because it offers a variety that a lot of FPS don't. Splatoon is also a very high mobility game. Mobility is always like a big factor in it, and painting that ground keeps your mobility up, right? Yeah, like being able to duck and weave in and out of the ink and like catch people off guard, it's Splatoon for people that haven't played it, like is 100% a game I would recommend checking out if you have any kind of interest in shooters to any degree. It's pretty fun. It's legit pretty fun. It's also really good for people that aren't necessarily great at FPS, or people like me that suffer from motion sickness, because it's a third-person shooter. And the game's balance is pretty good as a whole. Lots of different equipment. There's a lot of things. I guess like I should probably get into the things that maybe I don't like so much about Splatoon 3. I do think that Splatoon 3 does a thing, and this is true. This actually ties into a point I made a little bit ago about the attack defense balancing, removing those abilities from 3. Not being able to increase your attack or defense levels the game out in an interesting way, but this is something that Splatoon has a problem with, which is that it achieves balance through removal. It achieves balance through boiling things down rather than like dialing things up and making them even more wild and trying to figure out a balance that way, like, which is harder to do, of course. It's achieving balance through an easier means, which is to make everybody kind of trying to keep everything as neutral as possible, which is not always the best feelings. Like sometimes you want things to be over the top and you want it to be energetic and wild, and Splatoon kind of like it's kind of middling with how it approaches balance by moments. To be fair, the competitive community really hated damage up and main power up. Oh, absolutely. They were bad things. That was a good thing that they removed them from the game, but I'm talking more as like indicative of like the overall thing. My problem with Splatoon 3 is I wish they did more with the weapons. You basically have weapons that come with a sub-weapon and a super, and they're pre-designed sets. And yes, like, that's a smart thing for balance, but it also like kind of funnels you into certain things. Sometimes your weapon doesn't have a particularly good sub-weapon or a particularly good super, and it just feels it's kind of a bummer, especially when there's weapons that have a spectacular sub-weapon and a spectacular super, which is what creates the whole meta balance of the game. What weapons currently have really useful subs and supers? it like is a way to force balance the game, which is smart, but it's also like, yeah, sometimes like I look at Splatoon, I'm like, they could go so much more over the top with this. They could add some kind of system to, they could just do more. They could do more. And I kind of feel like, actually, I know this sounds probably like just like a wish list, but a wish list item, a dream item. I feel like their locker system should have maybe had better, I don't know, could have had some kind of implementation into the gameplay somehow, which could have been really fun. Like even having like a preloaded locker set that you could switch to mid-play would be really cool. Would really spice the game up, which could be really sick. The locker right now is mostly just kind of like a really elaborate like player card, but like having I don't know. There's just, it feels like they could have did more than just like 3 stickers on a clothing item. 3 clothing items, and the game is very clearly like moving in a direction that is broadening, because they're now adding the ability to like have alternate, like you can wear clothing items in different ways, which they added recently. I think that was in the last update. But like, I want a whole penthouse, exactly. Like it just, there's a little bit of like a wish list with Splatoon. It's a great game. It's great, like a great base, but it just feels like I want them to push it a little harder than what they do. Instead, oftentimes they're kind of going in the opposite direction, where they're like, well, we gotta try and keep things as neutral as we can. Yeah.
I have no strong feelings one way or the other.
That it's just, it's like, it's so neutral at all times. Like, I get, like, balancing is easier doing it that way, but it just, I wish they did more. Splatoon is a game that, like, has energy and it has excitement, and it's like, I feel like the mechanics and the gameplay system should embrace that kind of excitement. Yo! Happy New Year's! Happy New Year's, Samurai! Yeah, we're 10 minutes away here. And another problem I have with Splatoon 3, and this is something that I think, like, is touched on by a few people, but I think the maps in Splatoon 3 are too bottlenecked. This is like it doesn't stop me from playing the game, but it does make it feels like everything comes down to just a single like area, which is partly why I everything feels bottlenecked in these maps compared to 1 and 2. 1 and 2 felt like there was always like avenues around areas, or like there's like little like hallways or things, and like the ability to like kind of work your way around in mischievous ways. 3 feels like it kind of tries to push against that, where it feels like everything always bottlenecks into a big center point, and there's very little way to get around it. There sometimes is, but not every map, and it's just like, it always feels like you kind of have to pass through the center point, which makes fights kind of come down to just the center point, which once again makes everything kind of almost very neutral. I have a friend who plays Splatoon practically, like realistically at a competitive level. They're a huge Splatoon fan, and I know that they feel really mixed about stuff like Turf War, the game's main mode, because they're just like, it's kind of just a 50-50 most of the time. It's just who's really alive in those last like 10 seconds. Thankfully, matches aren't very long in Splatoon, so it's not really a huge deal, but I'm down for one idea a competitive player had, which is to make your own kits. Yes, I think making your own kits would be great. Thankfully, it's getting better. The last 4 maps are returned to form. That's good. That's good to hear. So, Splatoon 3 is something I'm probably going to dip back into in 2024 whenever I get the Switch back, because I'm currently lending it out to my mom. She's playing Tears of the Kingdom, and she's playing Super Mario Wonder. So that is something. But I feel like Splatoon 3 overall is an improvement on the series. It's good. I'm going to put it in A tier right now, but it might get bumped down. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. So, the next game we have on the list, not everyone is going to be, like, I'm not going to go into every single one to that extent, but Splatoon 3 was a big one this year. The next game we have on the list is Shotgun King. I'm gonna just put it in B while I talk about it. I'll put it in S while I talk about it. So Shotgun King. This game is from Punk Cake. It was a game jam game that got like super expanded on, and it is basically, it's chess if you only had one piece, but that piece had a shotgun. And it is just spectacular. I think this game is just wonderful. They've built upon it, they've updated it over time, they've polished this game into just, I think it's practically a classic at this point. It's extremely good. It's worth every penny. I want to try this. I haven't yet. It's extremely good. I have very, like, I don't even know how to begin talking about this game other than just like what I described. It's a roguelite. Every time you clear a board, you get to draw a card, but your opponents also get a card too, and you have to make a decision between which you have to make a decision between the two cards that you're picking from and the benefits that it gives you versus the benefits it gives your the enemy team. It's an excellent roguelite. It's pretty great. Yeah, it's very playable. It's a great time kill. I played it a fair amount on stream. We got fireworks here now, so you might be hearing the dog barking in the background. Like, I've played it a lot. I've played a fair amount on stream, but honestly, this is one of my time kill games. This is like, if I have like 10 minutes, I will sit down and play Shotgun King oftentimes. And it just flows good. Helm dog. It flows good. Yeah, they've been shooting fireworks since 10:30 by my place. Gotcha. Yeah, we had a few that were really early too, just as it's starting to stream. Shotgun King, like, it's just really solid. It's a great example of how game jams can produce just like wild, like just incredible ideas. And when you get a gem like that, why not go back and polish it into a full on release? That's what Punk Cake typically does. Like, typically does polish all their games that they make. Punk Cake, for people that don't know, is a dev that they made the effort to try and do a game a month, one game a month, and they make these pretty cool, like, unique games, and you could subscribe to their Patreon, and they would just give you a game a month, and it was really cool. Since then, a lot of their games have really taken off because they make good games, so they've had to like widen the span of development per game. But honestly, their games have been spectacular. I highly recommend checking out the dev if you haven't. All their games tend to run kind of on the cheaper end, so it's worth looking into. And of course, their Patreon exists, so if you want to support them, do it. Just looks super hot, yes, right? I just checked, my mom has played 8,820 hours of Brain Age on Switch. Oh my god, she might just game more than me just from that alone. Oh my gosh. One game a month, what a world. I know, right? Unfortunately, I mean, it's fortunate because they've been doing so well with their games that they have to go back and like polish them farther and like do more with them, and that's great. They're finding success, right? And 1 month is just not enough, and rather than crunch, they're widening their schedule out, which is the right choice. So good on Punk Cake. Punk Cake hit it at the park with Shotgun King. I'm actually gonna just leave it in S tier. I think this game is incredible. There's not a lot for negatives. There's very little I'd have to say about this game that I could really pull as a negative. It's just very playable, and there's not really much out there like it. So it's unique. It's a certified gem. Reminds me of the good old days of GBA when games took months to make. Well, I mean, that's the whole thing, right? It's like when you get into like the AAA development and the pursuit that, like, I don't want to like exclusively blame Sony because it's not just a Sony problem, but like having games like be in development for years is not great. Okay, so actually the next game I'm gonna have to like bring up here. This is actually one of a couple of the retro games we played last year. We played Snowboard Kids 2. I'm just gonna put it up in S tier for now while I talk about it. Snowboard Kids 2. Actually, I finished 1 before the end of the year last year, so 1 isn't on this list, but 2. Okay, so 2 is gonna come with a weird caveat that I played 1 and 2 basically back to back. I didn't do this as a kid, but I did this last year, or between the end of last year and the beginning of this year. Snowboard Kids 2 is a weird one because when I play it, I think it actually plays worse than Snowboard Kids 1, but it's also like a more fair game than Snowboard Kids 1. Snowboard Kids 1 is actually brutal. That game is frighteningly hard. Going back to it. In fact, I didn't get the 100% in Snowboard Kids 1 because the final track is like 10 laps and it's just a fucking, it's just a mess by the final lap. Music is really good. The music is really good. Snowboard Kids 2 tries to a child snowboarding twice. Here, I'm gonna just like once again put it right here. Snowboard Kids 2. It's good. It's good, but I don't think it like aged. Strangely enough, I just don't think it aged as well as Snowboard Kids 1 for me. Snowboard Kids 1 actually felt really like steady. Snowboard Kids 2 feels kind of strangely slippery. I do like the fact that the maps are a little bit more diverse. There's like more going on with it, but it for the most part does kind of have the same gameplay. Slasher smash, smash remix. Yeah. I'm just trying to think. They kind of changed the unlock system. They do a few things. They have boss fights in this one, which is kind of fun. There's definitely some really hard moments in this game for sure. And I don't think, one of the bosses I couldn't even beat because it was just like, damn, this is like it's brutal. So the difficulty is still there, but not to the degree that it is in Snowboard Kids 1. It's a bigger, better game technically than Snowboard Kids 1, but I think the gameplay feel is just like slightly worse. Like just slightly. Mostly just that it's like, and I guess like on paper, you're snowboarding. It's supposed to feel maybe a little bit more slippery than what the first game feels like. The first game feels like your snowboard's like on sand the whole time, but that makes for to feel like a steady racing game, right? Yo, it's New Year's! Happy New Year's, everybody! I was happy to see, I got a notification on another of my stupid physical copy games. Oh, what game? Happy New Year's! It's now officially 2024. It's 2024 here, goddamn. Get New Year'd, I did. Persona 3 Portable, oh, very good. I think it's my favorite Persona game. But then again, I also didn't play 5, so. Drackley, Happy New Year's! Or 3 and 4 from Last Word Games, gotcha. So Snowboard Kids 2, I like it slightly less than the first game, but like the unlockables and the things you get are just better. Like the flow of the game is better, I guess, if that makes sense. You feel like you get more, you do more, there's more stages. 1 just feels like bottlenecked every time you turn around. You're just bottlenecked by one thing or another, which makes the game feel kind of worse on like as far as its like flow goes. But I'm gonna put like Snowboard Kids like, and I know this is like some people are gonna probably hate me for this. I'm just gonna leave it probably in B for now. I didn't like it as much as I did as a kid. As a kid, like I remember liking it, but also apparently as a kid, I mentally combined Snowboard Kids 1 and 2 together into some kind of weird amalgamation. So it was really enlightening when I played both games back to back. Then I'm like, oh geez, these are like what the fuck did I play? Because it's clearly a very different game than what I remember. So next on the list, River City Girls 2. Okay, so River City Girls 2. So gosh, what do I say about this? I think I do not know Snowboard Kids 2, but the music absolutely bangs. The sound, okay, I will say if we're rating it on soundtracks, Snowboard Kids 2 would have like an S tier soundtrack. It's very good. Run Games is evil to my budget. It has so many releases. Radiant Silvergun just got, Radiant Silvergun's so good. It's my favorite shoot 'em up. Yeah, River City Girls 2, great game. It expands everything that made the original good and makes it's honestly kind of just the first game, but better when it comes down to it. Better story. The world it's an open world, so you can kind of go anywheres and do whatever. There is like an overall like direction. It's River City Ransom. Everybody knows how it's like structured for the most part. Open world, go around from like goal to goal basically. I do feel like this game funnels you. It's an open world, but it does like, it does kind of funnel you a little bit in a weird way, even though like they give you all the room in the world to explore. It still kind of directs you a little bit hard. So late Happy New Year's. I was distracted for a bit there. No worries, Retro. Hey, the poster gals are ready for combat. I love them. So I do have some weird feelings about this on like a technical level. I think this game, when it launched, it kind of snapped its ankles on release. A lot of people had controller problems. There was like issues kind of plaguing this game right out of the gate. They kind of answered it, but I don't know if they ever 100% fully patched everything and got it all up to snuff. But ever since River City Ransom on the NES, I've loved Kunio games. Yes, lots of fun memories playing co-op on NES. Like overall, like the game is like expanded in like a good way, but there is like something about it. Like it does feel like the first game kind of hit like the more original beats, so this kind of does feel like kind of been there, done that by moments, which is actually going to be like a running theme with a few games tonight. It does have a little bit of been there, done that. I had a lot of people ask me at the time, they're like, do I need to play the first game to enjoy the second game? And I'm like, no, but I did like the first game. I think it decided to go more to cover up its lack of Kunio-kun style gameplay. Yeah, I could see that. Like there's definitely just like more packed in here, but there is like something that's just like a little bit off, and it's hard to like put a finger on it. Like I said, it's a little bit been there, done that. Pains caused by River City Girls 2 was the first game where WayForward dropped their in-house engine. Oh, gotcha. That make a lot of sense. The Force Maze does suck. I agree with that. There's 100% with you on that one. And also, I will say, out of the entire cast of characters here, there's more characters in this one. I'm like, what was her name? City Girls 2. There's some like nice like deep cut references here. Pravi, I think it was. Rose, how you doing? I will say when I played through with every character, all the characters were great. And then I played Pravi, who looks really cool because she like breakdances enemies to death, which is fucking sick. I locked her up. I locked the game up several times with this character because my like combo that I wanted to do, that I really like, it just was like, this just feels natural to me to want to do this, happened to be a combo that would lock this game up. Actually, technically it locked her up into a still sprite that would just float across the screen. If an enemy hit me, it would knock me out of it, but if nothing hit her, it would literally, the game was locked up. Which, it's like, oh, that's rough. Yeah, floating sprite, exactly. And I'm like, this doesn't even feel like, it's not even like an elaborate combo. How is your girlfriend, Matt? Welcome, how you doing? Same with their Advanced Wars reboot camp. Uses Unity instead of their own engine. Gotcha. I see. Fun deep cut. Yeah, to River City Underground. Yeah, River City Underground is something that I was planning on getting to last year, but I didn't get to it. Yeah, there like, and actually that is something I will say that did happen after this game got released. They also patched it, and they actually made combo paths more strict, which is really weird. Like, don't go that direction. Like, they made like a lot of paths and things like suddenly not work, and it's like goddamn, like seriously. Like, when you're making a beat 'em up, you're not making a fighting game. Like, you want to always give the flexibility to the player to enjoy, because that's the whole point, right? Is you're going around and you want to be able to do fucking sick things. There's also, okay, I will say one thing too. This is not like hating on the game. I think the game was overall good. I think it's like great, but it's just like, it's very firmly like, it's great, but then it's like there's no wiggle room above that. I can't call it perfect. I can't call it excellent. It is just firmly great. But then when like I get into the things that bother me about the game, that like drags it down slightly. I kind of wish there was the writing had a little more leeway as well. If mentioning Marion, we are mentioning her abs. There's no other character trait. Yeah. There is one thing with this game that is weird, which is that, how to put it? All the writing in this game was basically read by every cast member, because they wanted every combination of characters to just have like the back and forth interactions. But you end up with these weird situations where it's like characters almost feel out of character because the writing's written to be really generic, because it's meant to sound kind of like any of the characters, which creates this kind of like, yeah, basically what Blue Wizard's saying, like it boils down. Yeah, no individual, yeah. And I understand why, because they had to do voice work for all the characters with all combinations of characters. Which is like, kind of, I understand why. Yeah, in River City Girls 1, the cast had actual banter back and forth, right? In this game, like, yeah, it's something that could have been solved by pretending that the characters were just off screen, in my opinion. Yes! Yeah, that's actually a great solution to that. Had they did it like almost like Disgaea style, where it's like, even if you're only seeing a couple characters on screen, having them all talk as a group would have been like actually the best case way to answer that. Or answering their phones. So yeah, like there is answers to it, but instead they kind of tried to just like kind of cover two character stylings and just have the characters converse back and forth. And it feels really weird because I played Marion almost religiously in this game. And then when I put her in like to the second slot, like all her lines being kind of like inverted felt really weird. Yeah, make everyone generic doesn't work, agreed. So like, it's a great game, but it does have missteps. That's, I guess, like the best way I can put it for River City Girls 2. I'm gonna just say, I'm gonna put it in B tier right now. I think it's overall pretty good. There's, you know what it is? You know what, I think what, like, bothers me most is there's, like, a really, really, really great game in here, but it doesn't quite hit the highs that it needs to. And the things it trips over, are, like, things that's just like, oh, that's a shame. But, like, as far as, like, bosses go, as far as, like, all the systems in the game, they're all, kind of, how would you put it? They're expanded on, and it feels like it's more. So it's just like, yeah. Was it tighter than what it tried to be? Yes. Except the ending. Oh yeah, the ending in River City Girls 1 fucking sucks. It's awful. It was so bad they had to patch it, apparently. At least be thankful it helped get 0 in English officially. Really cool to play it on real Super Nintendo. Ah, very good. Yeah. So it's one of those things that it's like solid. It's like solid, but it definitely doesn't hit the highs. That and it's so bad they had to patch in a good ending. I know, right? And even the second game like is just like, yeah, that didn't happen. It's pretty bad when like you have to completely like rework the entire game or entire ending. It's that bad. It might be the first time I've heard of an ending gaming patch. All right, so our next game we played in 2023. We're like 4 games in, and we're 5 games in, and we've played 150 this year. Okay, next game, Dead Estate, Mass Effect 3 code. I didn't play Mass Effect 3. Yeah, like they forced the issue to tie it to River City Girls. The ending is so bad. What about Mass Effect 3? See, I didn't play Mass Effect 3. I know nothing about that series, so unfortunately I can't really say anything. No, we mean they had to watch the ending. First time I've heard of an ending game patch. Oh, I didn't hear that because I didn't play that series. So I guess they patched an ending in Mass Effect 3. Now I know. I heard the ending was bad, but I didn't hear it was patched. Alright, so Dead Estate. Yeah, Dead Estate. This is like the 3rd year I've like played Dead Estate. Who did they make the ending for? Who did they think was gonna laugh at and mock the protagonist? In River City Girls 1, I think the idea was that it was supposed to be like a deep cut reference to the fact that like the whole game plays around the idea that like these characters are dating, and then like the deep cut reference is that actually canonically they aren't. But it's such a fucking sucky reference to make. Like you don't like it's meant to, I think it was meant to be like a nod to that like that factor or that thing. Yeah, but there is no canon, exactly, right? So it's just like had to patch in a good ending and explain a joke because they were playable girlfriend characters in exactly 1 game, exactly. So it's like, yeah, exactly, right? So it's like a deep cut of reference that just like most people aren't gonna get, so it just looks like they're being like shitheads to the main characters, basically. Like it's just really throwing the main characters under the bus, and it's just an awful ending. Like I think they were so focused on here's a deep Kunio-kun reference, the wink, that they weren't even thinking about how it like recontextualizes the entire storyline of the game, which is like a terrible decision. Yeah. Wait, what's up? Yeah. White does this, and then I have to wait because of the Twitch delay. I tried red wine. Oh, how is it? How do you feel? It was terrible. Yeah. Even I was like, no. Oh no, it was actually bad. Okay. White's never never drank anything before. Alcohol when you're not used to it the first time always tastes a little bit weird. Yeah, it was not good. Oh, shit, that's no good. Well, we'll have to get you something for reals. Honestly, you should just get some coolers. You'll probably enjoy them. It wasn't even sweet or anything. Oh, at least you can metabolize it. Wine causes problems. I'm a hard liquor drinker. I see. See, like I like fruity drinks. I like light stuff. I cannot metabolize alcohol. It's the power of grapes. All right. Well, that's kind of bust. Hopefully you have something else planned for tonight. Whiskey on deck tonight. I see. Has never been tipsy or drunk, merely hungover. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, that's miserable. Yeah. I metabolize alcohol like crazy fast, so I get like tipsy and drunk for like just a little bit, and then I experience a hangover, and then I'm like ready to drink again. I've never drank enough to get tipsy or drunk. Yeah, one drink, hangover state. Oh, I take alcohol is stupid. That's legit. Nobody has to drink if they don't want to. Okay, so Dead Estate. This is like my 3rd year in a row playing this game. I've platinumed this game I think twice, and I've watched that platinum degrade because they keep adding content to it. This game, God, they just keep adding stuff to it, and it's every update is free. Every update has been a banger. Actually, you know what? Actually, I don't like the Axel update, but that's fine. Like, every other update has been great. I'm pretty sure Bombs Away was this year. Gotta double check that. Dead Estate of Bombs Away. Was that this year? Was it late last year? Let's find out. Oh wow, actually my own videos come up. It was late last year. Okay, so Bombs Away was like the very last update of 2022, which is probably what we were playing when we were playing in 2023. You gonna crash? All right, Vicari, you have a great night. Okay. So like, Bombs Away was spectacular. You get to play as the boss, and she just, I mean, here's the fucking poster for Bombs Away. Okay, just like for. If this does not like, this was a fucking free update. She's literally like the best character in the game. You just fucking huck grenades. Happy New Year's. You go get some rest, okay? Bombs Away was fucking great. I'm like, can I just like pull up all the updates for Dead Estate? Yes I can. So Bombs Away spectacular update. The second update they had this year was Axe to Grind, which was admittedly, there's nothing really wrong with this update. I'm just not a huge fan of Axel, like, to play him, because I think his playstyle is really, like, clunky compared to a lot of the characters. Him as a character he's pretty fun. He's pretty fun. It's interesting to see a character that, like, Cordelia just strongly dislikes. And he, like, his whole gameplay mechanic is that he just, like, he's carved out of, he's basically, like, living in the walls of the mansion. So kind of fun. So that was, like, 2 character updates. And then they did, they completely, no, here we go. They did another update earlier this month, which was Assignment Enya, which actually completely reworks how the game is like played. It's, well, I shouldn't say reworks how the game is played. The standard modes are still there, but it adds another mode to the game, which turns it into a survival horror game, kind of Resident Evil style, and it's great. It's really fun, and it's really interesting. This is like something that I've seen a few developers do this year, is seeing developers take a game, add a mode to it that just recontextualizes the game. I think that's really cool. It's really resourceful. You're taking a game that's already established, resources that are already there, and reworking it into something new, remixing it into something new, and that's really sick. Once again, another free update. Dead Estate is absolutely, in my opinion, like, and once again, there's even more content coming for Dead Estate in the New Year's. This game came out in 2021, I think. So like it's been around for a little while, and they keep just adding to it, and for that reason, Dead Estate is absolutely S tier. This game is just, not even just for that reason, the gameplay is really good. It's just a really fun roguelite. It's maybe in the same family as Binding of Isaac, but it's nowhere near as like masochistic and sadistic as Binding of Isaac. Shotgun King is fun. Shotgun King is very fun. I think Dead Estate, it 100% has my recommendation. Even if you're not a huge fan of the genre, I think it's pretty fun. There's only one problem with Dead Estate, and that is it is at a three-quarter perspective. And for some people that's going to be like kind of weird because it takes a little bit sometimes to grasp how things are aligned. It aligns things generally in the player's favor, but there is always that element of, am I lined up with this? Which always feels a little bit weird. But that said, everything else about Dead Estate is like basically perfect. It's a pack game. It's also a better art style than Binding of Isaac. Yeah, in my opinion, it's just a more fun game. I tried to play Dead Estate. I had real trouble handling twin stick aiming aspect of it. Yeah, like for some people, that aspect is gonna like kind of be tricky, but like, I think as long as like you can get the hang of it, there's a really good game in there, like a really, really good game, and they continue to make it worth people's time. I actually play on controller. I play it on controller. I don't use mouse for it. So, yeah. Binding of Isaac is more manageable with buttons, handling the twin stick. Yeah, yeah, I would agree. Like, how to put it? I think like a lot of it is the perspective, because you're having to work at a three-quarter angle. It changes like the flow of it. It's just, yeah, twin stick games need twin stick pretty much. Yeah, so I guess there's maybe like a caveat of controller requirement, but super, super good game. Okay, so next up. Oh my god, are you kidding? What? Do I not have an image for it? I do. Oh my god, so one of the series we dug into this year, and I know it's a favorite, is a community favorite. It is Lost Egg. Everyone loves Lost Egg. Who doesn't love Lost Egg? Great game. Great game if you're a fan of eggs and being lost. Egg. The egg. It's real. You do not know Lost Egg. Okay, so Lost Egg is a budget game about rolling an egg. It's a budget game. Also, is my volumes okay? Just asking. It's a budget game about rolling an egg and trying to get to a goal, which is a frying pan. It is, how much is it? How much is it? It's like $3.30, and that's like full price. Volume is goof. Okay. I do love to roll an egg. Yeah. Roll egg through some stock Unity assets is the hardest platform you'll play this year. It probably is. It's like 5 stages long for $3. Like, it's definitely more of a novelty game than anything else. I think it's pretty okay for what it is. Like, it somehow manages to be kind of strangely endearing. Like, the series as a whole kind of ends up being strangely endearing. I think this is like an interesting game where I've like learned, like, I played the first game and then I played the second game, and I learned things by the end of the second game that I brought back to the first game, and I actually cleared things I couldn't do originally. I felt growth when I played this game. I grew as a person. I learned the mechanics. I had big egg gains. It's like, I don't have a whole lot else to say about it. Like, if you want a game about rolling a thing and getting it to a goal, Monkey Ball is ultimately probably better and more fun, but it's also like Monkey Ball is like $20. This is $3. It's definitely meant to be like kind of like, it's more challenge, like more of a like slow, steady kind of challenge than what Monkey Ball is. Monkey Ball is definitely more fast and arcade-ish. You can play this game online. You can bring multiple eggs in together, although I think that's like only the second game onwards. The first game is single player only, I think. Lost Egg added to library. It is, I will say this game is like blisteringly hard though. like each of those stages, when you clear it for the first time, you have fucking earned it. It is a task. It is a journey. I beat the 5 base stages in this game. There's a 6th challenge stage, which is well beyond my skill set. But you know what? For $3, like Lost Egg is kind of like it's the right price for what it is. Does that make the game better? And it makes it like slightly more palatable. Lost Egg has a spin-off game. I mean, the developers made a bunch of games. This came with a forklift that they made. Lost Balloons. Look at it later. Let me take a look. I'm like, oh, is this like new? Oh, it came out in August. Yeah, when did we get Lost Forklift? It's a thing. Where is it? There we go. Okay, Forklift load. I've heard people tell me this game is like one of the worst games that they've ever played, but I've also heard that it's probably the game that has the most in common with Nier Automata. So take that for what it's worth. We might have to play it at some point. So that might be in the cards. Okay, well, Lost Balloon. That's interesting. Oh, easy among the Lost Objective series. So it's meant to be like an easier version. So it's recommended for first-time players. Okay, that's kind of cool. Honestly, the series could use something that's like a little bit dialed to be a little bit easier. I'm gonna put it as like a C right now. Like, if the game had more stages and like was maybe dialed slightly different, I would have personally liked it more. Like 10 stages at like a medium difficulty rather than like 5 stages at like a hard difficulty would have been like, or like easy to medium. Like, I guess like what it is like having like a broader, like a more gradual difficulty route. I don't know. It could jump up to B. Like, I think it is kind of one of those games that's just like, it's $3 and it's pretty good for what it offers. It's simple, but sometimes that's what you want, is a simple game. Alright, so after that, we're bringing in a game from last year. We're bringing in a game from last year. This was actually my game of the year last year. One of my games of the year, because I can't just pick one nowadays. Hard Space Shipbreaker. I talked a lot about this last year, of course. This game was one of my 2 picks for game of the year last year. I'm like, did I pick 3 games for game of the year last year? I don't remember. I was gonna check that. I'm pretty sure it was like Hard Space Shipbreaker, Signalis, and then Elden Ring, I think, last year. Yeah, it was. With Tunic being a very, very close 4th. Alright, so... Okay, so Hard Space Shipbreaker, quick summary. You work for a company in space that their entire thing is they break down spaceships, and you basically learn the process of breaking down these spaceships, all the technical nuances of it, things like shutting down like power breaker things, and how to remove a reactor correctly, and coolant, and how to slide these pieces around and slice them up. It's a really good game. This game is an amazing game for like being able to both thread being super chill. You can play this game and it is just chill vibes. It just feels good. It feels good to play. But then it can immediately go to just pure like horror panic, like just like that. Something you're doing, suddenly like you bump something and something else and it explodes, and it's a scary time suddenly. Yeah, spinning a connected hull piece off, yes. Like, and the thing is like a game like this that relies really heavily on like physics. The concern is always that the physics engine is going to be like picky, and you're going to have things clip into each other and explode, and it's going to be a bad time, and No, this game is like fucking solid. They tested this game through and through. I only ever ran into like one glitch that firmly like happened multiple times, and I think it even got patched later on. But I played through this game story mode twice. I played on Steam, I played on Game Pass, and then I'm working on playing through it a third time this gone by year. This game is excellent. I highly recommend it. There's like nothing out there that's quite like it. It's like Power Wash Simulator with fantasy sci-fi, not even fantasy sci-fi, like sci-fi endeavors, but it also has a good message, which is about unionization and the importance of it. It's a simple story, but it's a very effectively conveyed. They could have maybe weave the story into the stuff a little bit cleaner, but like good voice acting, the characters are enjoyable, and for the most part, its story mode is like really good. Hard Space Shipbreaker is just like top shelf. It is absolutely worth. It's fantastic. I was playing it earlier. It is a stellar game. Just decompile ships, unionize, and also break things in a cool way. Exactly, right? Hard Space Shipbreaker is just really, really good. It absolutely has my recommendation. So, this is easily an S tier game. So we're gonna just add it to our list here. Absolutely an S tier game. Honestly, Shipbreaker is the first game that I've added here. Well, that's not true. I debated about Dead State 2, where I'm actually debating whether. Honestly, you know what? It's so good. I think we need to like recontextualize like what an S tier is. I think. God damn. I don't know. I'll think on that. It's so fucking good. It's a very good game. Definitely has my recommendation. It's been a great streaming game, and it's still in my lineup even now. And that's largely because it's just that playable. So has my recommendation. 58% off brings that game to $20. Is worth $20. And hell, if you just want to try it, it's worth Game Pass. It's a nice benefit on Game Pass right now, although I might be leaving Game Pass soon. Okay, next game on the list. Next one is actually one that we finished up at the beginning of this year, Inscription. We played this, most of this was played in 2022, or 2023, or no, 2022. It was played in 2022. Inscription is a card game that, how to put it? It's a narrative-driven card game that is a little bit of a mystery, I guess. There's like, you're playing a card game, but there's definitely more going on than just that. Inscription's it's a stellar first playthrough. Ideally, you don't want to be spoiled, so I will not get into too much. I'll just say that there's more going on than what meets the eye at a glance. And it delivers. It delivers on that. It's a very good game. And a very interesting. Inscription is game of the year for me. Yeah. I know you're a huge fan of it, Evie. I'd love to go back to it again, honestly. Very just excellent game. It has its narrative kind of story mode, if you will, but the game actually also has a really good just like standard play mode. Yeah, still gotta give it a chance. Hey, Vaikuru. How you doing? Happy New Year's. Like, honestly, like, the same devs release a new game next year, I hear. Oh, I'll have to look into it, because Inscription definitely has me interested in what they're doing next. Really didn't care for it. Some people are not going to care for Inscription. I do think he's doing Pony Island 2. Okay. I've heard of Pony Island, but I don't know much about it. But yeah, I liked Inscription a lot. It's a pretty straightforward card game. It's not the deepest thing in the world. A lot of the depth in this game comes from like understanding like the nuances of like all the other things that factor into it. I do think that like when you boil down its like gameplay, it gets a little bit weird, but overall it's still really fun. It was a fun journey, even, you know, to the final beats. So Pony Island is excellent. I really recommend you play it. Okay. Pony Island might be something to look into. Yeah, well, and that's exactly it, Wang. Is like Inscription is a game that gives you the mechanics and then expects you to break out of those mechanics. Every way you succeed in this game is by breaking it in a way that kind of goes a little bit beyond its like gameplay. And when you get into like the non-story mode, the just like kind of roguelike mode, it's maybe a little bit like narrow because you just learn how to break the game in such a consistent way that it does kind of funnel it a little bit. But overall, it's still, like I said, it's fun. It's a fun game to break down, and I enjoyed its narrative. I enjoyed everything else about it. It is something maybe I'll go back to at some point, but I'll have to see. But it is a very fun game. Try to remain unspoiled if you haven't played it. That definitely, I think, helps make the game pop a little bit more. But yeah, it's a fun one. I'm just thinking. I like a game that says, go on, break the rules if you can. Exactly. Like, give me more of that. I'd say a game is as good as everyone says it is. The first chapter is the best by... Oh, absolutely. I 100% agree with you, Blue Wizard. I won't get into what the later chapters of the game are, but I will say this game, like, I guess, like, if there is a complaint to be had about Inscription, it is that, like, I think it delivers in the end, but I do think the first chapter is, like, easily the best one. I had real trouble getting into chapter 2, yeah. The first chapter is, like, easily the best one, which makes sense because when you get to the roguelite mode, it's really based around chapter 1. See, this tier list is gonna be really top heavy. My complaints about Inscription aren't real strong. It's mostly just that, like, it's a game that's meant to be broken, and I guess, like, it's maybe, like I said, it gets funneled a little bit because you learn how to break it so easily. Once I figure out how to build cat engines, it has cat engine and it's an S tier game. There's a playstyle that I developed called Cat Engine. It's a winner. I'll put it in S, but it's gonna be bottom of S for now. I'm just, yeah. Cat Engine. Once again, this is making me feel like I maybe need to, like, dial this down slightly, because I feel like we could do something like this maybe, but this makes me feel like Splatoon doesn't feel like a B. Splatoon 3 doesn't feel like a B. It feels like an A, but like, and it makes me feel weird about these ones being a C. I really don't. No, not the kids. Okay, so if I grew. I played Snowboard Kids 1 and 2 next to each other. I played them back to back. And it was the weirdest thing because as a kid, I remember these games, I kind of conflated them as the same game in my head. So it was really weird, like, playing them as separate things. I think 2 is good, but it's just like, I think I like the feel of 1 more. They're both a bit jank, they are. And they're both a bit jank in weird ways. I'm gonna just do this for now. You know what? Simply add an S+ tier. And that might be what we have to do. Yeah, because I think, like, yeah, I think that's where we're gonna have to go with this. We're gonna add an S+. We'll do that. We'll do that for now because it feels the most comfortable, I think. Because I think, like, Inscription's absolutely worth your time. There's very few complaints I have about the game. Nothing can surpass the power of pulling apart a ship hull while future country plays a bit more, but different people like different things. That's fair, and that's the thing. In Snowboard Kids 2, I think, like, the game flow of it's better. There's so many things that are better than Snowboard Kids 1, but I kind of like the more tactile feel of Snowboard Kids 1. It's a little heftier feeling. I think by the end of Snowboard Kids 2, I liked it, like, maybe a little bit more, but, like, it's hard to say. But I don't know. Alright, next up on the list, just, like, see if I have it here. We have Gunlocked. Gunlocked is a survival roguelite that's mixed with a shoot 'em up flavor. Gunlocked is pretty good overall. When it comes to all the shoot 'em up survival, or when it comes to all the survival roguelites I've played, it maybe falls short compared to the other ones. There's gonna be a nostalgia for certain people, particularly I think if you like shoot 'em ups, like kind of like early, like I don't want to say DOS style, but like PC shoot 'em ups, I guess. Like it kind of captures a little bit more of that energy than it does like other shoot 'em ups, I guess. I'm weird about game tiers. I don't how to feel about high tier games. I don't feel equipped to play. Everybody has different preferences, I guess, is what it comes down to. And this is just my personal tier list, so take it with a grain of salt. Xenon Mega Burst 2 side beams. The ship has weapons X2. Nothing can surpass the power. Okay, yeah. Gunlocked. It's trying to mix survival shoot 'em ups it's trying to mix survival roguelites with shoot 'em ups. I think that's an interesting idea. Somebody's gonna make a game that's like gonna hit that concept out of the park, but I don't know if this game quite did that, if that makes sense. I think there's a lot, it's a game where I think I wanted to like a lot of things more than what I did. And when I think about like the core gameplay loop of it, I generally enjoyed it. It's very easy to chill out and play this game. Probably more easy to chill out and play this game than it is Vampire Survivors or some of the other survival roguelites we've played this year. I like the fact that you don't have to feel like you gotta just aimlessly move in a direction because you're given a direction, you're just moving forward, which I think solves an issue that a lot of survival roguelites have. It takes that like thing out of it. Even chiller than Vampire Survivors. Yeah, it's kind of more chill than Vampire Survivors. My big problem with it is honestly the way that this game does unlocks and the way it does like runs feels weird. I was like, did I beat this game? And then like I had to look. I'm like, well, I guess I cleared all the stages. And I don't know. There's like, you have unlockable characters, you have unlockable like modifiers that modify like the game flow, but you have unlockable modifiers that modify your ship. And then you like select the stage you're going to, but the stages are also like have like a difficulty slider thing. There's like a lot of like things, so it's really hard to know if I'm progressing or was progressing in this. I'm gonna like, it's like okay, like I said, I think the core idea is good, but it's just like the execution doesn't quite land as firmly as I wish it did. I'm gonna say probably like a bottom of C, like maybe a top of D, bottom of C. Like it's a great idea. I think like somebody's gonna kill this idea, but it's just like, yeah, definitely kind of they'll figure it out next time, or someone else is gonna build on this foundation and like really hit it out of the park. Like I can picture like a shoot 'em up of a different like flavor. Don't have experience to place the factor, but it looks pretty fun. Yeah, like it's pretty okay, but I don't know. Like there's a good idea there. I'm gonna say it's a solid C tier though. I'll leave it at that. Okay, here we go. Here's another one that we finished up at the end of the year. It's kind of more of a 2022 game. 2022, but nope, this isn't it. I have to find it because I don't see it here. Okay, I'll just have to find a thing for it. So, yeah. Boy, this next one, I'm gonna have some shit to unbox about this game. Hope y'all are ready for this. Come on. I just need a. This is a close enough image. Oh, it's a web key. It's here. I'm just gonna put it like this. There. Crisis Core, Final Fantasy VII. Okay, so this is an interesting one. This is a re-release of Crisis Core for the PSP on basically all modern systems. I actually really like Crisis Core. I think Crisis Core adds like a level of clarity. It builds upon oh wait, it's Cloud. Wait, yeah. Like yeah, using the 7 remake engine. This game, no, Cloud's over here. He's over here on this side. Yeah, Zach. So Crisis Core is great because like it takes Final Fantasy VII's story. Final Fantasy VII story has a really important aspect of it, which a lot of people do not get to experience. Yeah, I like Crisis Core, but some of the models, I'm gonna get into that. Like, so Crisis Core, I like a lot. It takes Final Fantasy VII, it expands on its world. It adds more background, more of a history to these characters. You get to understand better what Final Fantasy VII, what is going on with Final Fantasy VII by playing Crisis Core. Crisis Core makes Final Fantasy VII feel more full and rich. It's a prequel that makes Final Fantasy VII just kind of bigger and more full and rich. I'm trying to like figure out how to like word this. Zach's background should have been, it should have been in Final Fantasy VII proper, at least somewhat. It shouldn't have been like a little like nuanced thing that like you have to like basically turn the game upside down and shake to find out like and understand Zach. The gist of it is, keep in mind these games are like 30 years old. This game's like probably close to 15 years old. The gist of it is that throughout Final Fantasy VII, Cloud doesn't have memories. His memories are someone else's memories, and that person's memories are Zach's memories. And so this is Zach's story. So you understand better why Cloud thinks the things he does and the confusion he has and everything because of Crisis Core. That's, spoiler alert for Final Fantasy VII. It's a 30-year-old game. That's just gonna come with this. If you play Crisis Core first, you're gonna understand that going into Final Fantasy VII. If you don't play Crisis Core first, you're gonna kind of unfold the mystery of Final Fantasy VII, but you might not necessarily even know who this guy in the center is. It's a prequel that makes everything much goofier. It is much goofier. That's because Zach is he's a good-hearted being. He's an optimist. He's a silly boy. Honestly, I think it makes Final Fantasy VII better in the end, because I think that even though I don't like every plot thread in Crisis Core, yeah, Cloud is not okay. Exactly, Cloud is got trauma and he's going through a thing. He's a little Mako drunk. Blue or orange? Blue. So Cloud's a little Mako drunk. You understand better everything that happens in Final Fantasy VII because of Crisis Core. Like I said, I don't like every plot line that's in Crisis Core. This could have been a much tighter game if they had have cut a lot of the stuff down with Genesis, the guy in red here. I think a lot of his stuff is more, I don't want to say wacky, but it's like his whole thing is just kind of like clunky. Yeah, it takes it. I don't know. But when you get into like the core story between Zack, Sephiroth, and Cloud, and Tifa, and like that interaction, seeing that like kind of firsthand in this game adds so, it's sort of like flicking on the lights to like the backstory of Final Fantasy VII, and that is really cool. It's a really interesting feeling playing through this game and getting that. Now, what I'm gonna say about this game, which I don't know if I decompressed about this last year, this remake is okay. I think that they basically shoehorn the game into the Final Fantasy VII remake engine, and it does weird things. The models are less expressive. I think the art direction is worse. I think the voice acting in the original is better. I think the PSP version of this game is like overall better, except for one thing. They do two changes to the gameplay. In Crisis Core, which actually are such good quality of life changes, which makes it is just like the worst tear in the world, because you have like what is definitively a better version. The PSP version, yeah, the PSP was a fucking beast of a system. I love the PSP, but like it's yeah, the combat engine is better for those who like the Final Fantasy VII engine. Yes, the big thing here's like the number one change. The game doesn't fucking stop to spin the goddamn reels every few seconds. Like if you get a combo, it like just the gameplay, it doesn't stop everything, which is like kind of annoying in the original. But as a whole, I think Crisis Core is a better experience on the PSP. I think as a whole, like you're gonna get a better experience on the PSP. They do a few things with the combat engine which are a little bit more polished in the re-release, but and the worst part is they're good gameplay changes. At some point somebody's gonna backmod those changes into the PSP version, I bet, and that'll be the definitive version of Crisis Core to play, which would be a fucking great thing to do. Someone get on that. But like, yeah, so did they redo the whole combat system? They didn't redo the whole combat system, but it's like definitely fine-tuned. Fine-tuned at the cost of fun mechanics. Like, well, the thing, it's more so that they've retuned, the gameplay's better in the remake, but the story, the characters, the animations, the expressions, the energy is just better in the original. It's more cohesive. This one definitely has earmarks of like different assets from different times. Characters aren't animated as well. So, and the thing is like, it's really noticeable with Zack in particular, because Zack is really like, he has happy puppy energy and he's really animated. Like he's a really animated character. So like seeing a more diluted version of him in the remake feels weird. It's like, it's only going to be something that's probably really noticeable for people that have played the original and then played the remake. So like if the only way to play it is probably the remake, you know, if you're not going to download the PSP version, then, you know, it's probably not going to be too noticeable. It's more noticeable with NPCs than it is with anyone else, but that's not true. The NPCs are like kind of really rigid, but like I said, the characters are really nicely animated in the PSP version, and I had to go back and check. This because I was like, is it just in my head? No, I rewatched like a playthrough of it after playing through the remake, and it's like, no, the PSP version is definitely a nicer looking game. And a lot of that is like art style. The art style, let me see if I can find like a good comparison. The art style is like slightly different between these versions. Yeah. Which I think like makes a difference too. Yeah, it's more coherent in the original release. Yeah. Like here you go. Like, don't get me wrong, like the remaster does look nice. It just doesn't animate as nicely. I really should play the original again. I stopped modding my PSP to dump the ISO. Hell yeah. That's nice too. The PSP is really easy to mod. Like, and the thing is there's some visual like flourish to the game that is like really nice in the remake. You know, seeing those like higher detail models is nice, but like at the same time, the original game is extremely good. So it like, you know, yeah, realism for art style, exactly. You really notice it in this one because the lighting isn't so blunt as it is in this one. It's like, I think the church lighting, if I'm not mistaken. So like, you know, as a PSP game, super fucking nice. It's one of the best looking games on the PSP, in fact. I recommend the original over this version if it wasn't for just like the gameplay caveat of the gameplay does play smoother in the new one, which is nice. Those goddamn, I guess to further explain it, like Zack has these slot reels that are constantly going in his head because that's how his brain works. Slot reels going all the time, and when they get close to a match, the gameplay like stops. And when the gameplay stops, it just does this like on its own, right? And it's just like, it's just annoying. Zack loves slots. I'm gonna put it in S tier because I think the game itself is really good still, but I think it's like a worse version, kind of. There's some like quality of life here, just in like other ways too, but it's like, you know. And as far as the gameplay, as far as the game itself goes, like I said, I like the main core plot line of the game is really good. The stuff that's like relevant to Final Fantasy VII is really good. The other plot line with Genesis and Dumb Apples is like okay. But you get a lot of silliness from this game. You get Gungaga and Dumb Apples and people eating Zack's hair, which is mostly in the Genesis plot line, which is really, there's some funny moments there. Yeah. So it's still a pretty good version, but it's not perfect. All right, moving on. Let's move on to our next game. We're at 2 hours and I've covered, what, 10 games? 10 games. I only have 140 to go. We might have to pick up the pace a little bit. I'm like just a little. Okay, I have to get an image for this one. Yeah, if you want Cloud's backstory, yeah, exactly. Like, it's like kind of a must play for fans of Final Fantasy VII, but let's just save this out. Make our own copy then. Okay, so next up is Scarlet Symphony. Scarlet Symphony is a Toho-vania. It is the Toho-vania, in fact. It's a Castlevania game done with Toho characters, and it is spectacular. This game, like, so there's 2 games in this series. There's Scarlet Symphony and there's Stranger's Requiem. This game very much is like, what if we tried doing Rondo of Blood? It's not as good as Rondo of Blood, but it is pretty dang good. Yo, Happy New Year's! Confetti! Ball drop! Dark Dragon! Dark Dragon! Dragon! There we go. Don't mind me. Dark, how you doing? But Scarlet Symphony, really good. I really liked it. Initially, I was unsure how I felt about it because your movement's really rigid in this game, but it is Belmont movement, and once I realized this, like, this game is, like, through and through meant to be like Rondo of Blood, it started to grow on me, and that feeling never stopped. It kept getting better and better for me. Happy New Year's! It kept getting better and better for me. The achievement set for this game, like, gets you replaying it multiple times. There's a really fucking sick bonus stage. The bosses are really good. They're super fucking hard, but, like, really good. It's just solid. There's a, like, goddamn. I'm trying to think of, like, how to put this. If you like classic Castlevania, you're going to probably really enjoy this game, because it's more of that, and the art direction in this game, if you can't tell from the fucking thumbnail, is completely wild. Like, the art direction is, I cannot even begin. I love it so much. It's so good. The gameplay is, like I said, classicvania. Bosses are good. It's just really solid. I think I like this even more than Luna Knights, honestly. The main character looks like you, Code. Does she? Oh yeah, kind of a little bit, I suppose, in this one picture. Like, this game is spectacular. I wish the price was a little bit, like, cheaper, and I wish it was a little bit more accessible to get, because it's not exactly an easy game to acquire. It is easier now because it did get a digital re-release. The digital re-release could be maybe polished a little bit better, but yeah, overall the game is mostly intact. It also has its original voice acting, which is excellent. The voice acting in this game is stellar. Keep in mind, this game was originally a fan game made in, like, 2009, 2010, around there. Yeah, The Nights was a good time. One good mechanic can make a fun game. Yeah. I like it a little bit more than Luna Knights, because it's a little bit more... Both those games are doing different things, but, like, I think that this one does what it's trying to do a little bit better than Luna Knights. That said, Luna Knights is also stellar, so this isn't to begrudge Luna Knights at all. But I'm willing to very firmly put this in probably maybe A tier, maybe S. See how this feels. Man, this is, yeah, it's a tighter game, I feel. Yeah, like, Luna Knight's problem is a completely different problem than this game, I guess, is its, like, issue. Scarlet Symphony's problem is that the game is just, like, ball-bustingly hard, and they don't give you have Belmont movement in this, and they're also hitting you with Toho-level projectiles. You just get a screen full of projectiles and you're expected to fucking Belmont jump through that shit. Like, the things that are a problem in Scarlet Symphony are really, really, like, it's just really hard. And the worst part is it's usually doable. Like, you can, in fact, deal with these patterns. It sounds like a wild nightmare, it does, but it's somehow really good. And there is tools, but they're all kind of weird tools. So it's strange. Toho Luna Knight's problem on the flip side is that the game is a Metroidvania if a Metroidvania was just a big hallway. It's really linear. There's very little, like, backtracking. There's, you know, that sort of thing. Everything else about Luna Knights is maybe great though. I like the boss fights in Luna Knights too. They're maybe a little bit on the easy side, but they're like, yeah, and that's also maybe another problem is Luna Knights is really short. And there's maybe not enough incentive to, like, play through again in Luna Knights. Luna Knights would have been a really good, like, game to have, like, a second playable character for. A second playable character would have probably really hit home with Luna Knights. But this isn't about Luna Knights. This isn't about you, Luna Knights, you know. I'm, like, trying to think of the meme. It's a pool meme where Luna Knights is in the background drowning. I'm like, this isn't about you, Luna Knights. I can't sleep, so I'm here. Welcome back, Gazer. Yeah, this is about Rondo of Toho. It's Rondo of Blood, but, like, Toho. anyone that likes classic Castlevania, it scratches that itch really well. I just hope that this recommendation comes with the asterisk that I hope you're prepared for classic Castlevania with Toho projectiles. It's very hard. I'm very close to a full platinum on this game, but like I don't think I can do it. The final secret boss in this game is like, I've bunted my head a little bit against it on stream and off stream, and it's just like I don't know if I'll ever be able to do this. Really good game though, I really like it. All right, moving on, because we gotta pick up our pace a little bit. So, oh, actually, here we go. Here's another, this is another Punk Cake game. So this is the Turganov study. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correct, but I don't have a lot to say about this game. This is definitely one of their smaller games. It's a shoot 'em up in a petri dish. You have little, I don't know what they are, like bacteria and stuff floating around, and you just have to, you're I don't know what you are. You're like a cell or a vaccine or something, and you basically float around avoiding these bacteria until you can, build up enough charge that you can basically release a field that absorbs everything around you. And by absorbing different types of bacteria, you gain their abilities, kind of Kirby style almost. And that's how you gain farther abilities to kind of augment your ability to move around easier, keep things away from you, to just like push things away from you and stuff like that. It's an interesting little game. It's not like super deep. There's not a lot there. The initial release is a little bit different than the current release, I think, but not like a lot. Kind of just like a nice little time killer. This game does have like a gameplay flaw that's really like obvious to me, which is that the game, when you go in, you play. It gives you 3 goals to do. You have to try and accomplish these 3 goals. And when you accomplish these 3 goals, the game levels up to like, so that's how your difficulty scales up, by completing these goals. And you unlock more components to the game. You unlock new bacteria, which give you new abilities. Which, this description is really cool sounding to me when I say it, but like the game is also, like I said, this is like a very like lo-fi version of that concept. But the problem is when you complete these 3 things, in the initial build I played, in order to go up to the next difficulty scale, you had to actually die. So what happens is you end up, like, to progress the game, you complete your 3 things, and then you die. This is like a shoot 'em up, basically. You are playing for score, so it counter plays against the score mechanic, because it's like, why would I play for score if I don't have all my abilities, if I don't have all the unlocks, I don't have all the things yet. So you're in a weird spot which is really funny because like, the easiest way to score in this game is actually to play with none of the abilities unlocked, because it just hasn't introduced the harder bacteria to the game, hasn't introduced the harder aspects to the game. So it's like, when I think about this game, I get kind of frustrated because like the ideas are all good, they're just like sequenced in a way that make them bad, and it's annoying. But like I said, they actually did a re-release of this when they released this game on Steam finally. When they released it on Steam finally, I did play this a little bit, and they did update it, and I think now when you complete the 3 abilities, it just deals you out or when you complete the 3 goals, it deals you out 3 more goals. So I think they fixed my number 1 complaint about this game, but like I said, it is kind of a weird game where the mechanics kind of clash a little bit, and it's maybe not my favorite Punk Cake game, but it's like, okay, it's very chill, and like I said, I will probably go back to it and play it some more and see if they've adjusted any. Yeah, it's a game that could have used like a couple different like modes of play. Because like scoring in this game involves basically completing like 20 levels or whatever to just unlock all the things. And oops. Oh no, our tier list. Oh, well, that sucks. Seriously? It doesn't save it? What? Okay, well, whatever. We can bring it back. Not like this. Gah. I didn't quite drag it onto the box there. Oh, jeez, we have to add all the tier lists. Man, what the hell? Okay, we'll add 2 above here. Fortunately, we're only 10 in, so it's not a big deal. So S plus, game of the year, contenders, chicken tenders. What? Can I not put a space in now? What? Ugh. What the hell? I can't put a fucking space in. You're... I can't... What? God damn it. What the hell? Okay, so... Actually, I guess we did it kind of like this, so S plus... Sorry. I didn't think... add a row below, add a row below, add a row below. Yeah. Take a screenshot of every list or something. Space doesn't exist when games get so good. What happened to the tier list? I accidentally dragged an image to not the correct spot of the screen and it just opened it and it wiped the tier list. So I'm gonna just like rebuild it right quick. It shouldn't take too long. Because we only, like I said, we only had 10 games on it, so it's not like a big deal. Okay, so D, F tier. We'll delete this one. Don't, what the hell is going on with the text editing? What is going on with this? This is so weird. Okay, sure. We'll just put we'll put that in there for now. E tier. Okay, so let me get our images here. What did we review so far? Shit. I'm just like, not like this. Okay, we had Crisis Core in here. Okay, so Crisis Core was, I think, in A. We had, yeah, sorry about this, everybody. We had Scarlet Symphony. No, Scarlet Symphony was A, I think. In around here. As soon as I get it back on the screen, I'll get it, like, figured out. Alright. What else do we have? We had Splatoon. Which, your tail reminds me of African masks. No offense, my brain just filled in the gaps. Gloop, how you doing? The last day of 2023 is 123 123. White's been telling me this, like, she's told me this about 4 times so far yesterday. She's like 123 123, and I'm like, let me see here. What am I looking for? God damn it, it's gonna take a minute to do this. Shotgun King, right? Okay, I gotta be very careful that I don't miss this box when I drag stuff in. Heartspace Shipbreaker. Heartspace Shipbreaker, which is absolutely stellar. See, I was actually gonna set this up yesterday so that like all the stuff was like already like here, and I would just drag and drop everything onto the list. But God couldn't do that because it wouldn't save. So I guess it makes sense that if the window gets closed for whatever reason. There's no more kids 2. Let's see, I almost did it again. Gotta be really careful with that. But yeah, Turgenev Study is definitely like a case of like, there's a good game there, but it's kind of like the flaws kind of detract a little bit. River City Girls 2. Oh wait, there's like a lot of like, I'm realizing that there's like a, oh, yo! Nia, how you doing? Welcome! Happy New Year's! How's things going? What were you up to? What were you up to? You were playing, like a H Through Blood. Oh, that's the one where you're on a motorcycle, right? Oh, that game looks really cool. I haven't played it yet though, but it looks really cool. How is it? Yeah, also Happy New Year's. Welcome everyone, welcome. How y'all doing? How's everyone doing? Welcome. Draken, what's up? Happy New Year's. Casey, how's things going? Welcome. I'm doing good, I'm doing good. Let me see. Next up is Dead Estate. We have to add it in here. I'm rebuilding my tier list because I accidentally dropped it on the floor and it went everywhere. So we're just quickly rebuilding it. But welcome everyone, welcome. We're playing the Motorcycle Roguelite and Katana Zero successor, and GD, question mark? Yeah, it's spicy. Oh, is it spicy? Oh, very good. Yeah, it's a game I have my eye on. Might have to check it out. Okay, we're missing a description. So, Freeman doesn't already follow Nia. Definitely drop Nia followed. Nia's amazing. Like, wild energy, chaotic times. It could all be yours if you just follow Nia. Yeah, so go follow Alfgal. Could all be yours. Lost Egg and Gunlock. Okay. Lost Egg. It's egg. Like. You'll love it, but it's a mean hard game. I love it. Ooh. Yeah, that'll probably hit for me. Also, I should probably introduce myself for anyone who doesn't know me. I'm Code. I also play Katie or Cat, she, they pronouns. I'm a variety bodega cat VTuber who usually streams 3 games a night, 4 nights a week. And, well, 4 to 5 nights a week. And yeah, I play all kinds of games. And tonight, it's New Year's, so we're gonna be doing a review of the 150 games we played last year. Because we played 150 games and we beat 112 of them, and we platinumed 35 of them. So we're basically just going through every single game I played last year and talking a little bit about them. I'm literally reviewing every single one of them right now. What else was I looking for? Lost Egg. Oh, and Gunlock. Gunlock. All right. Got to be really careful about dragging these in here. Yeah, this feels actually better than what I had before. Yes. Well, Coach, he plays good things and never rocks. Aw, Satori. Yeah, I try my best. I'm hungry for those clears, hungry for those platinums. And this year coming, well, it's 2024 here and now. So this year, we're gonna be doing lots of retro games. We're gonna be doing retro achievements. So I'm gonna be able to platinum old games. I'm like too much power. Okay, actually, you know what? We finished talking about Turgenev Study anyway, so it's fine. So the next one on the list is oh, Blue Jay. Let me go get it. The next one on the list is. So I'm looking for the bird now. There we go. Bird. Is panel attack. So panel attack is a free-to-play panel to pawn Tetris attack clone, and it has fucking amazing netcode. It's completely free. You can edit this game and customize it however you want. If you like Tetris Attack for the Super Nintendo, if you like Panel to Pawn, if you like Pokemon Puzzle League, this game is 100% worth downloading. The online plays. Path, how you doing? Oh my god. So anyways, it's really good. It's extremely good. The only thing I would say about this game is that it's maybe like under, like, they could add maybe a little bit more polish to it, like having a little bit more single player options, things like that would be really nice for panel attack. But there is like a lot of stuff there, but it's like the core mode you're gonna be playing is multiplayer. It's perfect. I don't know if it's rollback netcode, but the netcode is extremely good. Yeah, what happens if you're a panel attack gamer? You'll enjoy it, I guess. But highly recommend it. It's worth downloading. I do play it on stream sometimes and get demolished. How far was your opponent? Question mark. I'm trying to think of what the farthest distance I've played this was. I feel like I played it against Hive in Australia and there was like no lag, so it was like from where I'm at, the east coast of North America to Australia. So it's that it was like flawless. I haven't had a bad connection in this game. I'll just leave it at that. Like, I've played a fair amount of people on it, so, and once again, free. It's just a free download, so definitely recommend. So moving on. Okay, so now we've gotten to the first like leg of our journey, which is that actually no, we did. Okay, so in February last year, we got to the Capcom Beat 'em Up collection. So I played through all the beat 'em ups on that collection, and it was pretty good. I'm gonna probably do two things here, which is I'm probably gonna rate the collection as a whole and each game individually. We're gonna just put this right here for now, but yeah, the Beat 'em Up collection. So there's like several games on this collection. Let me see. And the first of which that we played was a classic. That I gotta get an image for, which was I wish Windows 11 wouldn't combine all the tabs together. Sometimes you just need your tabs in separate spots. All right, so the first one was Final Fight. Final Fight, which was the debut of iconic trans character Poison. Unfortunately, she's not playable, which would have been a much better game. But which would have been a much better game that would have rated much higher. Yeah, Final Fight, the OG. They're like playing this game. It's obviously dated. It's an early Capcom beat 'em up, but it does feel pretty good. You can understand why this game like led to more beat 'em ups and led to more beat 'em ups in its series. Since then, of course, like Final Fight's kind of, I don't want to say been on the rocks, but it's been like kind of not in the limelight. Final Fight's kind of merged a lot with Street Fighter over the last little bit. I'm probably gonna say like maybe like a B tier on it. It's like it's not the deepest beat 'em up, but it's like, this is like foundational. This is like, yeah, exactly. Like, there's things in beat 'em ups that I like more that have been introduced later, but like this game, when it came out, this game would have been like top shelf, no question. And I still think it's really good. This is like a very like, this is like a good B tier. Yeah, the Pioneer, yes. So I'm gonna leave that at that. But it might get moved around a little bit too. All right, so next up is Ginga Force. Ginga Force, which is a shoot 'em up by a little shoot 'em up company called Cute. And which the precursor to this game was Shadows, which I'm mispronouncing, but that's how I say it. Shadows was fucking stellar, absolutely great shoot 'em up. Completely unassuming too, because you look at it and you're like, this game looks boring, and then you play it, it's like, damn, this game slaps. Ginga Force, on the other hand, is kind of trying to capture the PS1 era of shoot 'em ups, kind of, where there's a little bit of emphasis on like building up your ship. There's like unlockable things. There's all kinds of stuff in there. But hey Zeth Jack, how you doing? Yeah, Capcom was like just like banger after banger in like the early 90s. And they're kind of going through I guess maybe like a renaissance, I guess one would say, lately, because like Capcom's just been like putting out like banger after banger lately too. Happy New Year's, Zeth Jack. Ginga Force, it is a shoot 'em up where you build up your ship, you play stages, you earn points, and those scores get sent to you as credits, and you buy parts and you augment your ship. This game is a cool idea. I like the idea of it. I think you rate shoot 'em ups. Yes, I love shoot 'em ups. This game is a cool 2000, right? I think you mentioned it actually last time you were in stream too. All games 2023. Yeah, all games any percent 2023. Ginga Force is like solid. I think that it's you're basically, the one thing about it that's like kind of like this kind of sucks is that you're basically the space police, but then you like go rogue, which is good. So I mean that's pretty cool. Yeah, like Ginga Force is like really solid overall. I don't have a lot to say about the game. Like I said, you augment your ship, you change it up. My one problem with it is that when you augment your ship and you unlock the parts both have a cost and an unlock requirement. So like you're kind of like double locked by parts sometimes. And it's rare to find a part in this game that feels distinctly like better than another part. I know that's like, you know, kind of a sign that everything's balanced well, but at the same time, like, you kind of want to feel like a little bit of growth at times, and there is a little bit there, but it never feels like as much as I want it to be. I'm going to put it at like the top of B tier personally. But oh yeah, I just read the description. I'm American, by the way. Let's see. So Ginga Force is like probably a very solid like B plus when it comes down to it. It has my recommendation, especially if you like shoot 'em ups that aren't necessarily full on bullet hell, and especially if you have a soft spot for shoot 'em ups of kind of like the mid 90s era. It has a lot of 90s energy. It tries to be kind of mid 90s anime when it comes down to it. It's good. It's a really solid game. No major complaints otherwise, honestly. So next up is Cooking Simulator, everybody's favorite game to watch. I might go back to Cooking Simulator in 2024, we'll see. I'm like, it did not vastly improve my cooking abilities, so maybe I have to play it more. Okay, Cooking Simulator. This game is... Happy New Year's, Genie! This game is lumpy and weird, and things things like mostly work right, but they also kind of, you're always fighting the game in this game to humorous results. But I mean, like, if you're looking for a game that is straight up just like gonna teach you how to cook, probably not the best game. If you're looking for a game that is just meant to be like, I was trying to cook potatoes and I somehow started a fire, this game delivers on that front. It's like both kind of like wacky, but kind of not wacky at the same time. It's very weird to, still can't, damn it, why is it like this? There we go. Sorry, I'm just like trying to adjust the thing. Okay, so cooking simulator though. Wait, is that blood? Yes, it's probably, no, it's actually probably tomato sauce, but it might be blood. Yeah. All I want to do was make a salad. Yeah, my kitchen went boom. The game, kind of. Cooking simulator overall, I enjoyed my time with it, but it's also like a very frustrating game to play because sometimes you just want to like, sometimes I'm cooking fish. Sometimes you're cooking fish and you want to put the spatula under it and flip it. And that is like the hardest task in the world. Nothing in video games has ever been as hard as flipping a fucking piece of fish on a frying pan in this game. I think it's probably, I bet VR does some justice at least, maybe. I'm gonna just put it like right in the middle here. It's like a B tier. Honestly, it's probably even like, yeah, it's like bottom of B tier maybe. Can I make an anime recommendation? Sure, Gazer, what you got? Also, Turgenov's study, it's flawed. I can't get around that. I'm gonna put it at bottom of C tier because I know they did fix my biggest complaint, so I'll put it at bottom C. All right, so moving on. Oh, here's one. Here's one I have a little bit to talk about. Sonic Frontiers. Sonic Frontiers was a pleasant surprise. I didn't know what to think going into this game. I was kind of curious. I thought it might be something interesting. They were really changing out the Sonic formula. An open world Sonic game. I don't typically like open world games, so I was like, what am I thinking? Why would I like this? It's open world, but they do still have stages, so it's a weird game. It's really strange. You have an open world. The open world is, I don't want to say like, it's like strangely kind of barren of things, but also really full of just things to do. You're always collecting something. You're collecting rings, you're fighting bosses, you're fighting field bosses, you're fighting enemies. There's like always something to do, even though the open world maps are kind of like strangely empty. The bosses though are really, really good. And it actually does something that I think is really, really smart, is rather than leave Supersonic to just be like the kind of like cherry on top at the very last moment of the game that you unlock through doing all this other junk, they make Supersonic just like the end stage. Like every boss fight at the end of a stage is with Supersonic. You're playing Supersonic. You're fighting these giant, like ginormous bosses. And it has a little bit of like Shadow of the Colossus mixed in there. Not in gameplay, but just in concept, I think. Just the idea of like small versus big, I guess. And the bosses are interesting. They're not super difficult. I do think that like it's a really interesting concept. It's the first game that actually makes Supersonic feel really interesting and good, I think. More than just being like, I can fly through 3D space towards thing and bump into it. Like, you actually, Sonic has a fucking moveset in this. For conveyance, there is a combat system in this. It's like a Devil May Cry-esque combat system. It's lighter than Devil May Cry, it's more simplistic, but it's Sonic with a fucking combat system. And you play it and you're like, it's actually shocking that like, Sonic hasn't had a combat system before this. It's more than just jumping twice to do than just jumping twice and doing a homing dash and do a thing. Like, you actually have an immense amount of control over what you're doing as Sonic, and it's kind of really cool for that. The game, like I said, it is like, I do find the open world sections a little bit empty, and I do feel like the actual classic stage sections, Unleashed to the combat system. We're not talking about Unleashed. But like, it's kind of like Devil May Cry-esque in this. It's interesting, but the linear stages, maybe they have like tile sets that they use, and they get a little bit repetitive. And like I said, the open world areas are a little bit like, I feel like they could have had maybe a little bit more like unique things going on in them. There's like a bunch of, it's the same idea as Breath of the Wild. There's a bunch of like things sprinkled everywhere. Sonic, though, I think does a better job even than Breath of the Wild, though, because those things are more engaging to do. Like finding a Korok under a rock is like a lot less engaging than running across a really cool field boss that's just like, I've never seen this before. And Sonic's combat system, I will stress in this, is very fast. It very much captures Sonic's energy. It like captures his energy. Like when you get into an enemy encounter in this game, you dispense the enemies like lightning fast, which is like, it's addictive in its own way because it's just really good. I'm gonna say like probably an A tier. I don't think it's not my favorite Sonic game, but it's pretty good. As a whole. I need to go back to this game because they added more DLC to it that apparently had a whole bunch of stuff. There is a couple flaws in Sonic Frontiers. I think it has like a level system to it, and that level system, that upgrade system is very monotonous. It's very slow. You should just be able to like, you collect an item to level up a couple of your different stats, and you should just be able to like select all of that item and just give it to the character all at once. I remember sitting here for 20 minutes just like giving this one character this item to level up my like speed, and it was just like, oh my god, like that was awful. But like honestly, everything else is pretty good about the game. It's a very unique feeling Sonic game, but it doesn't, you know what's like especially good about it is it doesn't like throw away what's already been established. Like you still get the classic 3D Sonic stages that are kind of roller coaster rides, so like, you know, you still have that aspect of the game. If it had just been the open world sections, probably wouldn't have liked this game that much. The fact that it still has classic stages, it's, you know, that keeps some of the old stuff that works and does some new things, and it figures out some new things that works, like giving Sonic fucking DMC combat. Go figure, right? To be fair, a lot of people didn't hate Unleashed. I don't think I hated Unleashed, but I'm like, wait a minute. I don't think I've played Unleashed now that I think I played the demo for Unleashed, that's what I played. I didn't hate the demo for Unleashed, but it's also like, I wanted to buy the game when it was on discount, but I never found it on discount, which is wild because Sonic games usually go on discount pretty early. They're not like Nintendo where they just, like, we're gonna charge $80 for this game until the end of time. Let me tell you about hot dog achievements, oh my god. Frontiers was a pleasant surprise, not an instant classic, but a way to take Sonic in new ground. Yeah, exactly. Overall, like good emotional beats in this game too. I will say that, like, it does something that I really like, which is it builds the characters a little bit. You actually, like, I'm actually inclined to actually put it at the bottom of S rank because like there's just like a lot of things this game does well and it does right. Like, it builds up the characters, it builds up their, like, kind of, like, relationships a little bit. You have these moments where you just have, like, it's basically, like, the equivalency of, like, a social link with each of the characters, and you see these fun interactions between these characters that you've known for a bajillion years, so but it's, like, in a way that you don't get in the other Sonic games. I'm gonna say still top of A tier, because I still feel like there's, like, actually, you know, yeah, no, I feel like this is probably good. I feel weird putting it above Splatoon 3. See, like, my problems with Splatoon 3 are more like they're bigger problems than my problems with Sonic Frontiers. And that's like the weird part about this. It does feel weird to put it above Splatoon 3. I like Splatoon 3 a lot. But like, they're like neck and neck. Like these games are really close together. It could simply be like this, maybe. Like, I'll leave it there for a little bit and I'll like cook on that. But Sonic Frontiers was a pleasant surprise. I was not expecting it to be as good as it was. Alright, so next up we're looking for... Oh my god. We'll look into a classic actually. Look into a classic with this one. We're looking at computer, please. There. We're looking at King of Dragons. The King of Dragons. This is a Capcom beat 'em up of early 90s. I remember playing this one on the Super Nintendo, I think. It's kind of a D&D style beat 'em up without necessarily being D&D itself. But you can tell that like this game is like the foundational roots of stuff like Dragon's Crown way down the road. There's some like good ideas in here, and of course like Capcom's later actual licensed D&D beat 'em ups. There's some good stuff in here. I do feel like this game has a lot of stages to it, and there's a lot going on there. It does feel like it's a little bit of a substantial like jump up from Final Fight, but like kind of only like just. I'd say it's pretty comfortable right next to Final Fight. So after that we had, ooh, here's one. Here's one we have some stuff to talk about. Kind of sad that the collection itself didn't do well, if I recall. Yeah, it is kind of a bummer. Okay, it's Ida. Do you like Adventure Time? Would you like Adventure Time if Finn had a gun? That's Ida. That's Ida in a nutshell. It's Adventure Time Finn with a gun, fighting Colossi bosses. They're not really Colossi. They're not really that much bigger than you, but they're kind of big, I guess. Yeah. Do not give Finn a gun. No, we give him Finn a gun. We're giving Finn a gun right now. Finn gets a gun. Yeah. Adventure Time. Come on, grab your max. I like that. Come on, D&D beat 'em ups are really underrated. Agreed. Like I said, the collection of them didn't do well. Yeah. Finn Pack and Heat. This game is honestly pretty short, but it's just like, it's kind of just it's a case of sorry, I'm just like getting I gotta get my like alignment correct here. There we go. It's like, how to put it? It's short. It's not necessarily the deepest game in the world. It's basically a bullet hell game, bullet hell bosses. You get some cool guns. The guns feel good. They're interesting. I do feel like some of the later weapons are better than the early weapons. There's a lot of secrets in this game. There's just a lot. There's a lot of like good little things. There's a lot of things that make a good small game in this game, without necessarily being like too short or not enough. This game is enough and it's small, but it's also like, I don't know, it's just good. I'm willing to put it in like maybe the bottom of A tier, maybe top of B. I'm willing to say I'm willing to say overall it's pretty good. I enjoyed my time with it. It's not gonna be everybody's game, and some people are gonna blast through this game and be like, damn, that was like nothing, I want more. But I liked it. I think there's about 15, 16, 17 bosses roughly-ish. What's like hanging with it, is there's an interesting world that it doesn't really feel like it explores enough. Like, there's interesting ideas here, and it doesn't go anywheres with them. Which is maybe its, like, biggest problem, is that this game feels like it could have been a bigger world, a bigger story, a bigger anything. And no, you're finished with a gun, so you put a fucking stop to that. So it's bottom of A tier. It was good though. I enjoyed my time with it. Okay, next up we got plus just the concept of fin packing heat is a good concept. We got Shovel Knight Pocket Dung, or Pocket Dungeon. We didn't have enough characters, so we're calling it Pocket Dung routinely. So Shovel Knight Pocket Dungeon. This game is, what do you call this game? It's a puzzle game, but it's like, it's kind of like, it's kind of in the same vein as like Tower of, what is it called? Tower of Daruga? It's kind of like that almost, but like as a puzzle game. You're basically in big square fields full of enemies, and you have to like optimize what enemies. Yeah, it's one of those where SNK or Shovel Knight has to dig down. Yeah, no, actually, you don't dig down at all in this game. It's actually the other puzzle game. Confusingly, Yacht Club released 2 different Shovel Knight puzzle games, which I think were both done by other developers, so they just kind of licensed Shovel Knight out. But like they released 2 different Shovel Knight puzzle games. This is the one where you're not digging down. It's not like Mr. Driller. So it's an interesting one. Yeah, I had no idea about them. I have no idea then. Yeah, no, it's, so you're like in a square field and it fills up with enemies from the bottom or top or whatever, and you have to optimize how you take out the enemies by like kind of running Shovel Knight into them. Shovel Knight doesn't attack, the enemy doesn't attack, and you have to basically juggle your health state and your damage and your items to kind of optimally work your way through all the enemies without getting crushed, basically. It has some boss fights, it has some stuff. There's like some interesting ideas in here. I don't know if I 100% like enjoyed the flow of it. I've not played the puzzle games. The main treasure trove is an absolute banging yes. Yeah. The main platformer Shovel Knight games are really good. Which is something I might get into. Did I play that this year? I forget. I don't know if I went back to it or not this year. Anyways, Pocket Dungeon. This is definitely built around like kind of being a portable. It's kind of almost got like a mobile aspect to it, which you could see where, you know, you played on a mobile device and it would feel probably pretty good just to kill some time with. Overall, pretty good. I don't feel like I enjoyed the like flow of like unlocking things, but also like you're actively always taking damage in this game, kind of, because that's one of your resources, and that always feels a little bit weird to me. Like you're juggling your resources all the time in this game. You have to kind of be on all the time when you play it. I'm gonna maybe put it at the top of C tier. Like, I think it's an okay game. I wasn't maybe in love with it as much as I would like to. I do want to go back to it, and I may give it a second shake. So, like, maybe there's nothing like really inherently wrong. It's just a very slow, steady kind of game, and maybe not quite something that lines up with what I like from that kind of game, I guess, the kind of puzzle games. Okay, oh, wow, okay, here's one. I got some shit to say about this game. Boy, this game is, boy, I have some shit to say about it. Let me see here. My tier list loaded back up. There we go. Okay, Captain Commando, another game on the Capcom Beat 'em Up collection. Landscape images. There we go. That looks more right. Captain Commando. I played this game and I've heard nothing but, like, I just remember as a kid hearing about this game and always being like, damn, someday I might get to play that. And then never playing it as a kid. But like, just knowing the name, knowing of it, it was like this kind of weird, like, fruit hanging out of reach for like the longest time. And yeah, mythical beat 'em up, yeah. I played this game. This game is fucking awful. That's not 100% true, but like, it's so mean. I like played it. And I'm like, who could love this? Like, don't get me wrong. There's some interesting like alien character designs. It kind of has like an F-Zero like spaghetti western futurism thing going on. But like the gameplay, the bosses are so hard. Like I'm playing it on the Capcom Beat 'em Up collection. I'm like, bitch, you already got my quarters. What do you want so bad? Like, it's just like unbelievably hard. Like, the final boss in this game, like, don't get me wrong, a lot of beat 'em ups, like, you're gonna be feeding quarters into this. This game was just like, I was like, I had unlimited lives and I thought I might lose. Like, in the words of Jerry Seinfeld, sometimes the road less travel is less travel for a reason. Yes. Yeah, it really is in this instance. Return from Cat Duty is the first thing I hear is, I played this game. This game is awful. Yeah, no, that was Captain Commando. This is maybe the first F-tier game. Remember Commando for his designs, not his game. Yeah, like, I can see people having good memories of like the designs, the character designs. Like, there's like a cool like mummy ninja character, and there's like a baby that's piloting a mech that you can then pilot like a bigger mech, and like there's like some cool stuff that way. But then like, oh my god, like it's hard to play this game. Even with infinity lives, it's hard to play this game because you just feel like you're credit feeding like the last like third of the game. Like there's the first couple stages feel pretty okay, and then it just becomes like almost unplayable. I'm just gonna put it in F. I really didn't like Captain Commando. When the mummy kills people, they melt. Oh. Like like the only thing that carries it is just the kind of cool like some cool like ideas, and you fight in a dinosaur museum, which is pretty sick at one point. Yeah, it's a quarter consumer even at home. It really is. There's no way around it. So, okay, here's another one. Actually, another beat 'em up. This was the year of beat 'em ups for me. I played a lot of beat 'em ups this year. So that's like definitely like a thing. So the next one is next game is actually, I don't think it's this version. It's this version. Okay. Yeah. Let me see. All right. I'm scared I'm gonna wipe my tier list again. Okay, we got Phantom Breaker Battlegrounds. This is the Phantom Breaker series, which I'm trying to remember what company makes it. It was made by Phantom Breaker. It's made by Mages, yes. Which was formerly 5PB, which is a very, very like they were a good shoot 'em up dev. You didn't play this on stream. I didn't play this one on stream, no. This was one that I did play off stream. And I only played a little bit, and I was like, because I was playing it and I was thinking, well, I'll play it on stream probably the next stream. Didn't end up playing it on stream. Also published Science Adventures series, Science Adventures. So Phantom Breaker Battlegrounds, it's a beat 'em up version of their Phantom Breaker fighting game that they tried to make work that didn't get enough support, and it didn't work out. Yo, Luna! Thank you for the sub. How you doing? Happy New Year's. Once again, Happy New Year's, everybody! So Phantom Breaker Battlegrounds. Like I said, Phantom Breaker, this is made just putting out a fighting game. It's like basically an all-girls cast, kind of going for that like moe energy. It didn't take. I'm actually kind of surprised it didn't, but then I played the demo for it, and then I was like, oh yeah, no, this makes sense, because it didn't play very well. I think they've since released Phantom Breaker a couple times and polished it more. It's a bit more a fighting game than most beat 'em ups. I'm getting into Phantom Breaker, the actual fighting game, though, right now. Okay, so Phantom Breaker, the beat 'em up, though. This is them taking those characters, because let's be real, they made some cool character designs, and they decided, I think they probably saw Scott Pilgrim, and they want to kind of capitalize on that, because it visually, aesthetically, does look a lot like the Scott Pilgrim beat 'em up. It plays really good. There's a lot more fighting game, like Wang said, a lot more fighting game in this beat 'em up. You have like special inputs. You have a lot of unique movement. It's what is it? I'm trying to remember the word for it. Columns. No, not columns. It's a beat 'em up with rows. So you like jump between different like layers of lanes. Thank you, Wang. It's a lanes beat 'em up, so it's a little bit more like Guardian Heroes. Guardian Heroes? Did I have the right name? Yeah, a little bit more like Guardian Heroes. But like overall, it's a pretty okay beat 'em up. It's not gonna light the world on fire. It's not super bad. There's a leveling up mechanic in it. You can play this with like friends and probably have a pretty good time. Yeah, it's like Guardian Heroes if it controlled well. That's true. That's very true. Guardian Heroes, people love Guardian Heroes, but people forget that Guardian Heroes also controls like a stick of butter. Which is something you can get used to in Guardian Heroes, but also, yeah. Which is really funny, because the spiritual successor to Guardian Heroes, Code Princess, was the exact opposite. It felt like it was really rigid feeling and really like heavy. But anyways, back to Phantom Breaker. Phantom Breaker is like okay. I'm not in love with the game. It's like, it's okay. I would say probably a C tier. It's like probably realistically like a B tier if I'd shuffle this stuff around a little bit, but it's like, it's kind of almost like an uninspired B tier, if you know what I mean. I'm like, you know what? I'll put it at like the top of C, but it's probably close to like the bottom of B. I'm just moving these things around a little bit. I know some of these are like behind me right now. Like as far as I'm concerned, like I know that like generally I tend to rate games extra high, but like in my opinion, like a B tier is a perfectly serviceable game. There's like not like a lot of like, you know, it might not necessarily be everybody's like favorite game, but I'm sure it's somebody's favorite game. You know, there's still like a lot of good in these games. So don't take B tier as being like bad in any way. C tier is where the flaws are more like obvious, or it just doesn't like hit for me. Maybe D. I don't know. I feel weird putting Snowboard Kids as low as I am. Snowboard Kids 2. B tier has like the most like leeway. We're in gaming discourse. 7 out of 10 is bad. Yeah, no, it isn't. 7 out of 10 is like, that's where you find bangers, honestly. Because you get games that are just fucking weird. Okay, here's another one that I didn't play on stream. It's almost not even worth putting on the list, but I will. This was a free-to-play release of a free-to-play release on Steam, I believe, for some kind of event at some point, which was I don't even know if it's still available, but 8-bit Bayonetta. It's literally just jump and shoot. There's like nothing to this game. Enemies come in on one side, you just jump and shoot, jump and shoot. There's nothing really here. It might still be better than Captain Commando. I'm not gonna lie though. 8-bit who? 8-bit Bayonetta. There really isn't anything here, but it is like a free thing, so it's more just that. B for bees, rejoice in bees. Yes, we love bees here. Acknowledge that some of my favorite games are obviously bad mid games. Well, the thing is like a mid or bad game is more likely to be memorable. Yeah, 8-bit her, yes. You should probably save your tier list every once in a while. I don't think there is a way to save it. That's like the thing that bothers me. I'm like, maybe download? I can download an image of it, but I don't think there's a way to save this. Presentation mode. I wonder what presentation mode is. I don't know. I'm not gonna mess around though. Alright, so there's nothing to say about 8-bit Bayonetta. You jump and you shoot. It's a very like simplistic thing. There's nothing to it. I didn't fucking beat it because the last achievement in it is fairly hard to get. Ooh, here's one that I have some feelings to unbox. Okay. This is okay. Here's one that this is Melty Blood. Actually, is this Type Lumina? I think it's the icon for Type Lumina. It's the newer artwork, so I'll say this is Type Lumina. Is it though? Shit. Let me take a look. Yeah. Okay, this is Type Lumina. Okay, so Type Lumina. Melty Blood. We're talking about a fighting game, and I have some fucking shit to say about this game. This is maybe the fighting game that has made me most angry out of any fighting game ever. I've never been more furious about a fighting game. I got legit salty over this game. I played Guilty Gear and BB. I don't know what the hell those anime ones are. Wait. Oh, gotcha. I do recommend actually playing the original Melty if you've played Guilty Gear and BlazBlue. You'll probably like it. It's I don't want to say it's like similar to Guilty Gear, but it's like kind of somewhere in that range. It's definitely in the same family of fighters. Melty Blood Type Lumina. You know which fighting game made me salty? What? Which one, Hive? Was it also Type Lumina? To be completely fair though, like I look back at it and I understand now. A lot of my salt, I like Type Lumina. Okay, that's fair. Type Lumina is the Hololive fighting game. Really? Oh, interesting. Why? I'm curious. But I will say this about Type Lumina. So now that I know the source of my salt in this game, and I was able to mentally composite why, happy New Year's, White. Happy New Year's. There's a Hololive fighting game, and there is, and it's free to play. You can just download it on Steam. Hololive, maybe? No. What is the tag for it? What's it? I'm trying to think of what the name of it was suddenly. It's not Hololive. It's Hollow something. When did we last play it? Idle Showdown. Idle Showdown. Thank you. Idle Showdown. Which is free. You can just download it. So, and the netcode is pretty okay. Okay, I don't have a link for that either. But yeah, I was fine fighting people, but as soon as I fought the AI, it was misery. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, some fighting games, the AI is not good, not a good time. Okay, so I gotta focus though. Melty Blood, Type Lumina. Also Happy New Year's, Zozo. Happy New Year's. So Melty Blood, Type Lumina. I got salty about this game because I didn't understand why I couldn't figure it out. I couldn't get any footing in this game. So the thing with Type Lumina, unlike the original, is there is a really, really strong RPS in this, rock, paper, scissors. If people don't know what the context of that means that there's, how to put it, like, moves beat certain moves in certain situations, and this game is very funneled into just purely that. In particular, it's its shield RPS. shielding in this game basically gives you access to like basically warping behind your opponent. You basically have, I don't want to say infinity block, but you have like a very strong blocking tool. It's really, really good. It's basically like if you had like Street Fighter parries and then you turned around and like you could just turn that parry into a warp where you warp behind your opponent at any given moment, which is very, very strong. It's just not for me. It's just not for me. 2 more hours to go here. Gotcha. Hey Yoda. High school with a tie and a samurai sword. Oh. So, like, I think the game is good. It's just not a fighting game for me personally. I don't like the efforts being put in with this game. I think there's like a lot of good things in it. The sprite work is amazing, and Nico Arc is a fucking gem. Nico Arc, high-res Nico Arc sprites is like worth the price of admission. Honestly, like all the pain that I went through with this game, probably worth it for those Nico Arc sprites. I'm really not a fan of this game. This is like really strongly like a personal decision on this one. I'm gonna put it in B, but like, that's me giving it like, just saying that the game is like good, but like not something I like that much. I understand like from an objective point of view, I guess, that the game is pretty good. It's like pretty good. I know even people that play it like competitively have like issues with it, but you know what? This is my tier list though. I'm putting it at the bottom of B, maybe, for now. Yeah, it's good, but it's not for dinner. Yeah, pretty much. Like I said, that shield RPS is gonna be like a make or break for people. Some people are gonna like it because it's a very strong defensive tool. Other people are gonna hate it because it just destroys neutral. And it's very hard just to throw out a button in Melty and have it feel good because it could just be shielded at any moment, and now you're in the fucking shield chain of trying to not just eat a hit. Yeah, I'm putting it at the bottom of C, personally. Alright, so, oh, here's one I only get to play once on stream. I only get to play once on stream, but, and I kind of feel like there's more to this game that I need to, like, unbox. But Spark and Sparkle, this is a puzzle shoot-'em-up game. If you've ever played a game like Twinkle Star Sprites, it's like Twinkle Star Sprites, but if instead of blowing up enemies, you're blowing up enemies and getting puzzle pieces, and you have to assemble a jigsaw puzzle that's in the background while this is all happening with the pieces that you collect. It's one of those games that's just like, this is like clearly like a concept that is completely like, what if we just mush these two things together? And it kind of works, but it kind of also doesn't work in a weird way. And I don't know if it's good or if it's bad, but I kind of like it, and I'm definitely going to give it another chance in the near future. I'm willing to put it at the bottom. I'm willing to put it at the top of B tier, actually. I feel like it's the top, like, solid, top of B tier. Has online play, I think, too. Though I don't think the online play is particularly good, though, unfortunately. It's one of those games, though, that's unique. If you're looking for just like a weird oddity of a game to throw in every once in a while, or if you have friends, a group of friends, like, to throw in, it probably will hit, I imagine. All right, Okay, we are moving on to another pick for my game of the year last year. This is another game I like a lot, Signalus. Signalus is a retro style survival horror game about being a gay android in space. Signalus is extremely good. We got a big contender, right? So Signalus and Heartspace Shipbreaker were my games of the year last year, along with Elden Ring. I can't give them game of the year this year because, of course, they came out last year. But Signalist is extremely good. Lesbian androids in space, with eldritch horror mixed in. I've picked up Signalist and Stella. Wish me luck. Oh, I wish you luck, Hive. It is extremely good. The story is confusing but super engaging. The world that you're in is horrific and nightmarish, but also equally engaging. The systems in the game work pretty well. The puzzles are really fun. There's a fair amount of variety with this game as far as like puzzles go. The areas are engaging. It's honestly like it's one of the best games I played last year, and it's for good reason. It's every bit as good this year too. Like, it's really, really good. The only fucking qualm I have with Signals, which could be good, it could be enough to drag it down to S tier, realistically, is it does have one major flaw, which is that its combat is, the atmosphere is stellar in this game. If you like atmospheric horror, this is a must play. Like, its atmosphere just hits, and it's just, like, that's the thing with this game, is, like, it is so emotionally charged, and, like, the atmosphere is so, like, heavy, but, like, spooky, and it's just great. And, like, this game is, like, going down a rabbit hole, which leads to hell, a meaty hell, and it's just super, super interesting. Signalist is one I'll probably be going back to in the future again, but if you like Resident Evil, I would say it's probably a must play. But like it's like Resident Evil with like I'm trying to think of like it wouldn't be like 2001 Space Odyssey, but it like has like kind of futuristic. I mean, it takes place in the distant future. There's space. Space is a big factor in the game. So it's like space horror. It's cosmic horror and eldritch horror at the same time, and atmospheric horror. The only thing that drags Signalist down is its combat. Its combat is not great. Oftentimes targeting likes to target the thing that's like the least of a threat to you at a given moment. You'll be aiming at 3 enemies, and it will not target the one that's in front of you that's close to you. It will target the one that's in the very back, minding its own business, like eating out of a trash can. That's the one it always wants to target, which is a pretty big problem to have. I don't know if there's been any patches to improve that, but like, you know, it is a little bit of a problem. It's a hang up on an otherwise near perfect game. Yeah, I've not played Silent Hill. Oh, and it also, of course, references Silent Hill really, like, a lot. Like, if you like Silent Hill, you'll like this, probably. It's Resident Evil with Blame, but also also Stalker, the movie, and Solaris, also 2001. Yeah, like, this is one of those games, and this is one of those games that just, like, hits on so many levels, and it's very clearly, like, watching a bunch of things that does already exist kind of filtered in to make something new, and make something that's new that's really engaging. It also has a lot of commentary on why fascism is nightmarish. Like, there's a lot going on with this game. Like, honestly, that's one of the most, like, that's a huge thing in this game, is that it does take place in a fascist world, and it's scary because of that. Like, which I think is especially relevant last year, and it's especially relevant this year, that like games like address this and convey you know, how nightmarish that is, and this game does that effectively. So Signalist, it's a really good game, and it's an important game. Alright, so moving on. On to something that's a little bit lighter. This is a 451 451 reference early in the game, so if you know, you're in for a good time. Gotcha. Alright, I gotta get a thing for this one. I guess we're just gonna go with no, maybe. We got some box art. Maybe, no. Okay, whatever, this will have to do. Yeah, like, Signalist is such a, like, it's a horror game that has horror in every, like, degree. Okay, so next up we got, it's hard to read here, but Knights of the Round, which is another Capcom fantasy beat 'em up. It's honestly in the same vein as King of the Dragons. It's basically, if you want to get into a spiritual successor to it, but also a spiritual prequel to things like Capcom's later on D&D beat 'em ups, but also stuff like Dragon's Crown. You can see the earmarks of those games in it. Here's my 2 cents though. I didn't like it as much as King of Dragons. King of Dragons is like more fantasy. You're fighting creatures, monsters, interesting things. The bosses are more interesting. Knights of the Round is very much like knights fighting knights. So you're just fighting big human guys. Chibi! Eric! Happy New Year's! Yo! The D&D beat 'em ups are great. They are really, really good. So it's below King of Dragons for me, but like not. It's like fine. It's like fine. It's definitely got like more modern polishes. Like you can see like the growth from something like Final Fight. I love the Capcom D&D beat 'em up so much, right? Like that's something I'm gonna be getting into in a little bit too. All right. Dicey Dungeons. So up next, like I just said, Dicey Dungeons. We started our second playthrough of Dicey Dungeons. I got it on Game Pass, so I was like, it's not F tier. No, you gotta hear me out on fucking Captain Commando. You gotta hear me out on this game. Okay, I was like, okay, Dicey Dungeons. I'm gonna just put it down here for now. Okay, so my experience with Captain Commando, I think there's lots of great ideas in this game. There's like cool characters. It's got that like F-Zero futurist spaghetti western vibe that's kind of fun. There's like so many good things going into Captain Commando. And then you get to like the halfway mark of this game and I paid money for this game and I felt like it was trying to squeeze more quarters out of me somehow. I had infinity lives and I thought I was gonna die. I thought I was losing. It was so fucking hard. I have never played a beat 'em up that was like so gruelingly hard. It was like, if I was to judge it strictly on its themes and characters and like, just like the aesthetic of it, like the areas are cool looking, the characters are fun. Like, it would be with a B tier here, up here, no question. But god damn, it was so grueling. It was so grueling at the end of the game. I felt like, I remember being distraught by the end of it. And it might just be like, my like ability to, I don't know. This game chewed me up and spit me out in a way that was unpleasant by the end of it. Snowboard Kids, I think, is excellent. I think it's really good. Unfortunately, I played Snowboard Kids 1 in 2022, and I played Snowboard Kids 2 in 2023, so I don't get to put both on the list. The only thing that kind of dragged it down was actually, I kind of like Snowboard Kids 1 a lot. Like, otherwise, like realistically, for what it is, like, I could see, like, bumping it up even. But, like, it is a classic. Spark and Sparkle's fun. I just had a good time with this game, but maybe, yeah. And that's the thing, is like Snowboard Kids 1 and 2, they're interesting because they're like two different, like, they taste a little bit different. The flavors are slightly different, but they're both pretty good. But yeah, anyways, this is just my personal feelings on Captain Commando. Maybe we'll have to have a run back on it and see if maybe I was just in a rotten mood that day or what. But boy, that game is fucking hard. But of the entire Capcom beat 'em up collection, this was the one that like I very distinctly had a bad time with. So, but once again, might be me. Although I will say the characters are really cool. I like the mummy and I like the baby piloting a robot. They were both very good designs. I need a Captain Commando coach. Chibi, you gotta coach me in Captain Commando. I gotta find love in my heart for Captain Commando. Okay, Dicey Dungeons. Dicey Dungeons is a roguelite where you have actually, you know, one thing that Captain Commando does, and I will actually tick it up 1 degree. It does have inputs in it that give you more control over your characters, and that makes it like a step up from some of the older beat 'em ups. Which, you know, there's like having more control is good, and I do like that in a beat 'em up. I just felt that because it was so oppressive at the end of the game, it didn't matter how much control I was given. It only made me feel worse that I had more control, perhaps. Like, oh, this is all my fault. Ah! All right, Dicey Dungeons for reals. Okay, Dicey Dungeons. It's a roguelite about, it's almost like a card. It's a card RPG where you place dice on cards to activate them. This game is really fun. It's really cute. It routinely goes on sale for crazy low prices. It is worth the person's time. It is a great, like, just if you're looking for a game just to chill out to and vibe with. It's really fun. It's not super RNG heavy. The different types of runs you do in this game are very like calculated and like what would the word be, like they give you, there's a sense of how you solve these. At its like deeper meta, it's more of a puzzle game than a roguelite, but like it is like ultimately really good. Like Dicey Dungeons is probably an S+, honestly. I have no major complaints about Dicey Dungeons. There's 5 characters, six characters, and then there's like a interesting finale. The game builds up well. There's a running narrative where Lady Luck has like cursed you and turned you into dice, and each of the characters are pretty fun. Each playstyle is really unique, which really changes up the feel of the game and the flow of the game. Well, maybe not the flow, but like the feel of it, the gameplay is good. This game has pretty much everything, and there's a reason why I've played it for like 4 years in a row. It's just really good. It's definitely an S+. All right. Oh, here's another classic. We're getting into more classics. We did a lot more retro gaming this year than what I realized, actually. Here is a cool game. I'm like just a really cool game. Just gonna grab the image. All right. Metal Black. This is the S Tribute version, which is not a great port of it, but it's like good enough. It'll be good enough for like most people. If you're really like particular about like arcade ports, it might be a little bit weird, but like, yeah, and it has some good quality of life that comes with like a re-release, which I think it has like a rewind function and some other things going on with it, which, you know, if you just, you know, if you want something that has a little bit more like extra features and things, like it has that going for it. Metal Black is I believe it's a Taito shoot 'em up. Just 1 second, let me just set it down here for a second. It's Taito, and it's kind of like, it's not like a spiritual successor to the Darius series, but it's like kind of like in the mix. Is it? I gotta double check that. Metal Black. The Darius series ends up taking a lot of like, yeah, okay, it is Taito, okay. I'm just like, I had to, my brain. There's a lot of systems in this game that ended. Metal Black is like just, it has a ton of systems that became commonplace in modern shoot 'em ups And this game came out in 1991, so it's like super ahead of the curve. It's super ahead of the curve for what it is. It will feel dated to a lot of people by modern standards, but like in its like some of the mechanics in this game weren't adapted to like other shoot 'em ups until like 1995, 1996. In fact, when I played the game for the first time, I thought it was from 1996 or 1997. Like, it's a really good looking game. It has a fucking banger of a soundtrack. Really weird bosses, really interesting, just like, once again, like cosmic horror energy to it. It's really good. It's a really good shoot 'em up. I'm gonna put it probably in B tier. This game is like classic and kind of iconic. I think it's a really good game. It's really hard though. I will say that it does suffer a little bit from, like, if you die, it is a little bit rough. Building your weapons back up does suck. Once again, this version of the game does come with a lot of like elements that you can use to kind of rewind if you just want to like get a like, you know, standard playthrough, or if you want like your stuff charged up, you can do that. I'm gonna put like Metal Black maybe like right about here. Maybe above Coding Simulator, maybe above King of Force. King of Force is like maybe a little bit more enjoyable, but modern conventions, right? Nah, I'm gonna put Metal Black right there. Metal Black's good. But a lot of shoot 'em ups take from this game. A lot of shoot 'em ups that people have played, and a lot of shoot 'em ups that y'all probably enjoy, have traits that come from Metal Black. It's also there's a crab that's living in a battleship, and it's fucking great. It's just good design work. And it also follows my love of sea life from space. All right, next on the list is Hi-Fi Rush. Oh, this is one you all picked out for me. I did not plan on playing this game. It came out of nowheres. Hi-Fi Rush was it came out of nowheres, and I actually in fact watched the trailer for this game. And I actually was just like, nah, I don't think it's for me. And I had like 8 people ask me, am I gonna play Hi-Fi Rush? I'm like, shit, like it's not unusual to get like 2 or 3 people maybe to ask me, but like it was like a lot of people were asking me if I was gonna play this. Like, and it turns out it was for me. Hi-Fi Rush is excellent. It's a rhythm-based, I don't know what you call it, stylish character action game. So basically it's like Devil May Cry if Devil May Cry was a rhythm game, with basically a lot of like Saturday morning cartoon energy, fun characters that are you know, really heartfelt. It has a good sense of humor. It came out of nowheres. It literally came out of nowheres. I know, right? And the gameplay is really solid. Yeah, like I'm not even big on rhythm games. I'm not even not big on like rhythm games as a whole because I'm not very good at them. But I was able to power through Hi-Fi Rush, and the game itself, you know what? It is really good. It is definitely like a must play this year. No. I still haven't beat it because I have Music Brain, and this particular game exhausts me in every chapter. Ah, gotcha. One thing that does help in this game is you can kind of play it like Sekiro, which kind of took me time to discover. I initially had like my initial curve with it. I was a little frustrated early on because it was just like, damn, I don't know if I can play this because the rhythm mechanics are getting like really high strung. And then I learned that you can play it like Sekiro, and that made all the difference. So it does have systems in place for players that might be like me, that might not be so good at rhythm games. And I say systems in place, it's mostly just that you mashing out to find the beat rather than trying to hit the beat exactly. But yeah, this game, the main story of it is a little bit longer than I expected. it's maybe like one chapter longer than it probably needed to be. But that said, like, it's basically just full of content. Stages have hidden things in them. There's all kinds of like unlockable achievements that give you in-game rewards. There's costumes. There's like ways to customize your stuff. It has like a battle tower thing. It has a built-in training mode just for you to learn your combos. This game has so much going on. Like even like when I compare this to Devil May Cry, if this was part of the Devil May Cry series, it would probably be one of the best Devil May Cry games, no question. It would be going toe-to-toe with like 3 for me. It is that good. It is a very, very good game. As far as stuff goes, like, it's one of those cases where I thought it was a perfect length. Yeah, and that's fair. I do think that, like, I'm glad it didn't go any longer, because I feel like at a certain, like I said, the very last little bit for me, I definitely felt like it was like, I'm glad it's closing it out, because this is like perfect, you know, just a perfect length. But I do remember being a little bit tired at the very bottom of the tower. Yeah, really fun bosses. This game is brimming with character. Like, even just watching the cutscenes in this game is fun. Yeah, beautiful art direction. Apparently the team that did this apparently even like referenced, like, they studied like how they did the cell shading in Guilty Gear, which is really cool, and it's cool to see it in a different capacity. Just a really fun game overall. Lots of variety. You can kind of play. There's a lot of like control over how you approach like the combat too. There's not a lot of weapon types that give you access to kind of everything, but like there is an element of like you can pull things to you or pull yourself to things. You can launch stuff. You can do AoE type attacks. There's, you know, if you're on beat, you get these cool finishers. There's assist calling in this game, which is something that I've been saying that Devil May Cry is needed for ages. Hi-Fi Rush takes the like character action genre and honestly immediately just like kind of sticks the landing. Like there's I can't even think of a thing that I don't like about this game. It's that good. There's like maybe the occasional moment where it's like you need to break a shield on an enemy, but like your assist call for breaking a shield just is not charged, so you kind of end up like losing your flow. That's maybe the one thing that like sometimes happens in Hi-Fi Rush, but that's like the more you become like engaged with the game, the better, you know, the less you'll run into that factor. So the thing, yeah, it's incredibly earnest, exactly. Like the story, the characters are just really good. It's really fun. So I'm gonna put this in a specific spot. This is for now because I can't write a second line for whatever reason, but this is a contender for Game of the Year for me. I think it's that good. I'm going to just like shrink down the tier list a little bit because I'm starting to obscure it a little bit more, and we're gonna just like bring it over here. So there we go. All right, so this is absolutely Game of the Year contender. The first one on the list too. Makes me wish I had TV show tie-in. It kind of does, yeah. Like, you know, it's really good. If you like character action games, it's a must play. If you like, honestly, it's just a good game. I'm just like, I will say there's probably a subset of like rhythm game players and character action game players that no, I think anybody that likes Devil May Cry will probably like this game. It's my personal recommendation, and thank you everybody who recommended this game to me. I wouldn't have played this otherwise. So this is why it's important, like, if you if you have a cool game that you're like, hey, you should check this out sometime, tell me. Because, like, if I get enough interest, I will, like, bend my schedule around this. I had my schedule blocked in hard for February, and I was like, you know what? Everybody's asking about this, and I fucking slid my schedule to the side and played Hi-Fi Rush. And it was worth it. It was absolutely worth it. So y'all get good taste out there. But, so Hi-Fi Rush really just definitely a game of the year. And it turned up out of nowhere. They basically did a stealth announcement for it, and I'm glad they had success with it, because that was a very dangerous tactic to try and do, and they succeeded. All right. Oh, here's one. This is a surprise. This one, this is a surprise that completely caught me off guard. I was blown away by this game. I was blown away by this game. I mean, I was blown away by Hi-Fi Rush, but like, this is a game I went in not expecting to like. This next one. Tommy, how you doing? Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Happy New Year's. How's things going? We made Hi-Fi Rush, and it's cool. And Hi-Fi Rush is actually legitimately funny too, which is like not always an easy thing for games to do. Like, I find a lot of games try to be funny and they don't really stick the landing on that. Hi-Fi Rush was actually pretty funny. So games it's not that I didn't expect to like it, but it didn't stand out to me. I was like, oh, it's part of the Capcom beat 'em up collection, Warriors of Fate. What's this? I don't know what this game is. I fucking had a blast with this game. This game was actually crazy fun. Apparently it's based on a manga. Like, I guess it's like a Three Kingdoms thing, if I have the right name. I don't know. I don't know much about what it's based on, but this game like was actually really fun. I do love me some Warriors of Fate. Yeah, like, it's really good. The characters are all kind of unique. They have some fun animations. I don't know what this game is though. Yeah, here. Warriors of Fate. Completely caught me off guard. Yeah. On break at work. Oh, gotcha. Played Monopoly with friends earlier. Oh, gotcha. How'd it go? Oh, I haven't played Monopoly in ages. Speaking of comedy games, I gotta get back to. Oh, I'm in the same boat. Brutal Legends I played 3/4 of and I didn't finish. And I should probably finish because Brutal Legends was really good. It's fun, but I'm not very good at the strategy sections. Brutal Legends is actually kind of strangely thematically in the same genre as Hi-Fi Rush, even though it's maybe not quite. I mean, to be fair, Brutal Legends is a lot of things. Like at last, oh no! It was Monopoly's Secret Vault. Ooh, Secret Vault, I haven't heard of this version. But, yeah. Warriors of Fate, really fun characters, really fun animations. It feels good. It doesn't feel like the difficulty's dialed, like, super hard. It's like, I definitely credit fed it, like, at a certain point, but like, I was having a good time the entire time I was playing it. And it was really good. I was shocked. I was shocked how good this game was. So Warriors of Fate, pleasant surprise. Legitimate pleasant surprise. Alright, now we're moving on to another Capcom beat 'em up collection game. Which is the other, how to put this, so like Captain Commando, I've always heard about how good like Captain Commando was, or well, you know, it was always something that kind of interested me, and I'm trying to find a good like cropping of this. Okay, we'll just use this version. Captain Commando was always interesting to me. Playing Captain Commando was, unfortunately, it didn't hit for me for whatever reason. The next one is Battle Circuit. I'm trying to get it to load in here. There we go. Battle Circuit. which Battle Circuit was honestly everything I expected Captain Commando to be, and it was kind of just a better game overall, in my opinion. There's a interesting like kind of leveling mechanic where you get like different moves or something between stages. But also at the same time, like the character designs are really cool. There's a lot going on here. It feels like the same people that did Captain Commando went back to kind of the same universe and was like, let's do more. I do think this game does get really hard, but like this game is a little bit later when it comes to like beat 'em ups, so it came out a little bit later, and there's a lot more of those modern nuances to the game that make it much more playable and feel a little bit less like they're trying to squeeze quarters out of you. But cool character designs, fun bosses. It's super interesting. It's basically like if F-Zero had a beat 'em up, which I think F-Zero should have a beat 'em up. Just saying. If F-Zero had a beat 'em up, it would be Battle Circuit. That's what this game is. So, Battle Circuit, once again, really fun. Had a good time with it. I'm putting it in A. I think it was like it's a step up. I think I enjoyed it a little bit more on a mechanical level than Warriors of Fate, but I had a fucking blast playing Warriors of Fate, so I had a pretty fun time between the two of these games. Okay, and oh, actually I skipped one, which is also yeah, oh, just one sec. I'm just gonna get a picture of its box. There we go. Okay, this is like a title screen or something. I don't know what this is. No, that won't do. Here we go. Okay. There we go. It's not the best picture, but it's pretty good. Okay, next up is Armored Warriors. Armored Warriors is another Capcom beat 'em up. It's from the Capcom beat 'em up collection, of course. And Armored Warriors is extremely good. It's basically a beat 'em up with mechs, which is just, in my opinion, that's just a recipe for success, but apparently that's not really the case. I just like mechs. Like, god damn it, society. Enjoy mechs, would you? Like, please. I want more games with cool mechs and robot building. I just think it's fun. But Armored Warriors, really cool beat 'em up. It plays up the theme really well because like arms will pop off mechs and you attach them to your arm and use their weapons. It's really fun. The robot designs are really cool. They all have like a little bit of a unique nuance to them. They have kind of unique play styles, which is always nice. It's once again, it's a modern beat 'em up, or a more modern beat 'em up. So there's like, you know, it's more than just eating quarters. There's like, you have inputs and stuff like that. Armored Warriors is just a really good game overall. And a lot of the sprite work that was used in this game went on to be used in Cyber. Shit, the name's eluding me right now. Cyberbots. Capcom's like robot fighting game. But Armored Warriors really just a really solid beat 'em up. I would put it in A tier. I liked it more than Battle Circuit and Warriors of Fate overall. The gameplay is just as like all three of these kind of are similar quality. What does have inputs? Okay, so that means that it's like you can like double tap to dash, or you can like do an input plus attack to do a special attack. So it's kind of like fighting games. So you can do like special inputs, or like even combining two buttons together to do a special thing. Because a lot of early beat 'em ups were strictly just that, like you had movement and you had your buttons, and the buttons just did a single thing. So when I talk about like having inputs when it comes to a beat 'em up, it's usually that it has like additional depth. That can simply be just holding down plus button and doing like a crouching attack or something. A lot of beat 'em ups don't have that. That's where lanes come in. That's another whole like game design thing. But so even just having like directional inputs plus attack is having inputs. It's just mostly just an added layer of depth to beat 'em ups, which a lot of earlier beat 'em ups don't have. Final Fight, for example, does have like has like a couple things going on with it, but it's like still very early. But you can definitely feel the difference between playing Final Fight and playing something like Battle Circuit, where like there's a lot more like depth to the characters' move sets and things you can do. A lot more control over the characters. Whereas like Final Fight, like you have punch and kick. You know what I mean? Punch and kick, and then if you're close to them, you can do like a throw. But like Armored Warriors and Battle Circuit, both definitely had like more going on as far as stuff goes. Where it was like, I think like doing like a DP input in Battle Circuit did like a kind of like arc kick. There's like some fun stuff there. So that was the entire Capcom beat 'em up collection. I think this collection's really good. I think it's worth picking up. It has online play. I'm just gonna put it right here at the top of A. I mean, honestly, I'm gonna put it in S, because for its price, you're getting like, there's some really good games in here, like Armored Warriors and Battle Circuit, and like, the only one I felt like so about was like honestly Captain Commando, and that might have just been me. Maybe I'm just offbeat and we'll have to have a run back on Captain Commando. But like all the beat 'em ups in this collection were pretty good, and at least like these three I would consider stellar. Like they're really good. If you're looking for beat 'em ups, it's worth it. All right, so here's one I get to talk about. I get to talk about all of them, but so this is a I'm trying to I'm trying to remember what this game was originally called. This is because it's kind of a funny little thing. Right. Okay. So, the next game we have on the list is Gal Guardians. This is part of the Galgun series, which I'll get into that in a minute. It's basically a Metroidvania done by. Actually, it's not really a Metroidvania. It's technically. It's a classicvania. Technically a classicvania done by Intercrates. So same studio that did Curse of the Moon, or Bloodstained, Curse of the Moon, Bloodstained. So I was like, I love Bloodstained. I love Curse of the Moon is one of my favorite games. So you know, I'll check out Gal Guardians, or rather. At the time when it came out, it was called Grim Guardians, which is interesting because it's not apparent until you get halfway through this game that it's part of the Galgun series. At the halfway mark, the first pass of beating this game, they inject this game with a story twist, and then you have to basically do Dracula's Castle over again, but with a new twist. And that new twist is panties. It's Galgun, so it really came out of nowhere. I was not expecting. I wasn't expecting that twist at all, and then here I was playing Castlevania and collecting panties everywheres. And so shortly after release, they renamed it Gal Guardians because it better conveys what series this is a part of and what it is. In fact, it actually even got delisted from the Nintendo Switch store briefly, the eShop briefly, because of that. Fight Dracula with underwear this time, exactly. Okay, so I know that everybody's like, oh god. So Gal Guardians, now here's the thing, on a technical level, this game is actually really good. It's a really solid Classicvania. I can't say it's a Metroidvania because you do have individual stages. It's a really solid Metroidvania. It's a really solid Classicvania. You have two characters, you can switch between them at any time. They both have unique abilities that help augment your ability to work your way through the stages. Some things tied to mobility, some things just tied to your capacity to take out certain types of monsters. Like, on a gameplay level, this game is actually really fundamentally solid. It's okay. I didn't like it as much as Curse of the Moon, but like, it actually, gameplay-wise, is there's nothing really inherently wrong with this game. In fact, they even have a couple mechanics in the game, like the weird like grapple chain thing, which is really, it's surprisingly freeform, and it actually feels really, really good. Intercreates is an expert like at this stuff. They know how to do good platformers. Castlevania Curse of the Moon, yes. No, Bloodstained Curse of the Moon, sorry. So, like, they definitely know what they're doing. Unfortunately, Intercreates is like, this is their own. They didn't have the license because Bloodstained is owned by a different company, technically. So they wanted to do something of their own. They want their own Castlevania, I guess, and they decided they were gonna funnel Galgun into a Classicvania format. So you end up with kind of like, pardon the pun, like kind of it's like kind of cheeky. Like, it's very much taken, like, it's very light, but there is like a weird, like, there's trickery with this game. You might go into this game not knowing that halfway through the game it's gonna take a twist and then you're collecting panties. Like, that is like, it's almost dishonest with its advertising, because you just don't, there's nothing that conveys that. There's zero things that convey that early on, and you'll play the game through once before it even gets to that twist. So this game comes with the asterisks of be prepared for that. If you're not, if it doesn't bother you, that's, you know, then you're fine. But like for some people, that's gonna just be like, this makes me feel gross. As gameplay though, as just like pure gameplay though, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed my time with it. Like I said, I was able to see the levity in it, which is why it doesn't bother me so much. For some people, it's gonna score lower, but I feel like, looking at this, I'm like, probably in A tier, but like this makes me want to bump things up to S tier. Because I could put Sonic Frontiers. I think Frontiers is really good. And Splatoon, Crisis Core does have flaws, so maybe we'll put that at the top of A tier. So, sorry, I got that in the way still. So we've put Gal Guardians a little below top in A tier. I think the game is fundamentally good, just that asterisk is a really important asterisk. Bloodstained was fun. It just had the shard grinding. Oh, God. Oh, I hate the shard grinding. Yeah. This game doesn't have any grinding aspects to it, but I will say finding every pair of panties in that game is pretty hard. And you know what? I'll actually slide it down one, because like one thing that does bother me about Gal Guardians, even, you know, besides the asterisks, and there is like a couple moments where there is characters that are very like slimy, where it's like, gross. But like one thing that is, but like I said, it is very cheeky with its approach to it. So, you know, it's funny by moments, and it has a little bit of Disgaea energy to it, you know. And I think changing the name of the game was the right idea in this instance. Grim Guardians doesn't convey enough. Gal Guardians definitely conveys that's part of the Galgun series. But one thing that does bother me is the stages are all built around two different paths. You have two different paths you can go through the stages. And oftentimes it's really easy to miss things on one path, and sometimes there's like one stage that even branches into 3 paths, which is pretty tough. And it does get a little bit messy trying to keep track of what stage has what items that you need, when, and where, and which path that you're gonna be on, because once you're on a certain path, it locks you on that path for the rest of that stage playthrough, which is kind of like a little bit finicky. It would have been nice if they could have just like I don't know. I mean, you even have a radar in this, but the radar isn't very good. If the radar had been better, it would have maybe eliminated some of the issues with that. Or even if it would just convey to you when you got to a place where the stage was gonna, when you had to choose between route A and route B, if there was something on that route, that would have been probably nice. Disguise stream win. I don't know. Disguise is a weird one because it's like, it's kind of slow to play, but I love the characters. I love the energy of Disguise. So I don't know. Like Disguise more so held back by its like gameplay than anything else. Okay, we got a. Here's another one. We're doing pretty okay though. We're like 4 hours in. 4 hours in. How many games have we covered? We've covered 35. So okay. So let me see. Okay, I have this here. I just put it like this. There we go. Okay, next up is a little game called Overwhelm. This is not a very large game, but it's short. It's a very short Metroidvania, and its entire premise is overwhelming your sensory organs. It is very intense to play. I do not recommend this game to anybody that has any kind of seizures or anything like that. This game is absolutely I don't suffer from that, but I played it and I remember being like this the whole time because it was just giving me a headache and I was feeling really bad playing it. Overwhelm is the core idea is that it's just a really short Metroidvania, and every time you take damage in this game, it will cause more visual noise. Yeah. And all this time I thought the point of the game was the enemies level up instead of you. Well, that is kind of it. Every time you beat a boss in this game, all the enemies in the game level up with a unique trait based on the boss. This isn't so a rough example is I think beating the flying boss makes so there's more enemies that have the capacity to fly or something. I don't know, but that's roughly how the game works. It's very short. It's not very long. I did play through it a little bit on stream and then I ended up beating it off stream because it's just I'm gonna just power through this because I don't I'm always wary when I notice I'm shedding viewership playing a game because people can't watch the game. Overwhelm was one of those games. I think also I will just say their art here is fucking stellar, but the game itself, yeah, I didn't want to kill the Hive's inner audience exactly. I didn't want to kill Hive. So, I did it on my own time. I did beat it. There's a new game plus. There is if the game didn't have as much visual noise to it, it would be okay, but it's still even just at best it would be a C tier. But I actually think I have to put this in F tier. The visual noise and just the intensity of it at all times makes it really when you get hit once in this game, because of that extra noise and the pressure, it plays a sound in your ears and there's a siren sound. This is a lot. It's trying to overwhelm you, right? But it means that I think you can take 3 hits in this game and then you have to start the game completely from scratch. But after you've taken 1 hit, it's already narrowing your vision. You can't see as far. You're hearing your audio is not as good, and these things basically cause you to just basically chain death way easier. Yeah, it's in the name, but it's only, yeah, it's not a good time. I did not have a good time with Overwhelm, unfortunately, which is a shame because I like the core concept of just a simplistic Metroidvania where the enemies level up, but it's all the other aspects to it that really dig in and make it hard to play. There is an accessibility menu, but I don't feel like it did enough to address my issues with the game. So that's overwhelmed. Okay, let me see here. No, okay, so I don't have a picture for it. Oh, I didn't know this was a board game. Well, kind of explains some stuff. Okay, next up is a little puzzle game that I got for like $1 on Steam, and I was like, oh, this is kind of cute. And you know what? I got more than $1 worth out of it. Tens. Tens is just a cute little puzzle game where you're, anyone that's played, what's it called? 40, what is the puzzle game, that number puzzle game? 2048. Anyone that's played 2048 will kind of roughly know what this game plays like. You have little dice that come up, dice blocks, and you have to make 10. Like, you have to make them count up to 10 on the different rows and columns to eliminate it. Actually, I'll just put a picture of it, it's immediately obvious how this game plays as soon as you see a picture of it. But yeah, 20 kisses, no wait, no. So, also, if I didn't say it, hey Jay, Happy New Year. Yeah, Happy New Year's. But yeah, picture is 1,000 words, right? It's, you just place the blocks and you make sets of 10, and it has a story, a little like kind of stage mode where it has little nuances that change the way the board works. Stuff like that. It's not super deep, but it's pretty simplistic. I will say there is a lot of broken achievements in this game, but it's honestly pretty easy. It was a time kill for me for like $1, and I enjoyed it. It was a very good like chill out game. So there is that. Let's see. I'm just like trying to get it here. So, like I said, it's not gonna light the world on fire, but I did enjoy my time with it. I'm gonna put it like probably in C tier. Like, there's nothing fundamentally wrong with tens though. It's mostly just like it kind of gets repetitive, and like I said, it does annoy me a little bit that there's so many achievements that are broken in tens. I can move these two up to B tier, I think, and maybe put tens at the top of C tier. Something like that, because I think that these two, they do kind of fit at the bottom of B tier when it comes down to it. All right, so next up is another one that we've played multiple years, and that's for good reason, because it's a really good game. And this is gonna be a favorite. A lot of people are gonna, a lot of people love this game, and it's no surprise because it's Slay the Spire. Slay the Spire it's basically the card roguelike that kind of started all. Also, Nondary, how you doing? Happy New Year's. It's the card roguelike that kind of started them all. Kind of kicked off a genre, really. Slay the Spire is. I don't have a lot to say about it. I've played this game for a few years at this point. It's really good. There's very little I have that would be like a thing that would be bad about Slay the Spire. Slay the Spire is just really good. I'm gonna put it up here, probably right next to Dicey Dungeons. Yeah, it's nothing I can say against it, really. It gets really hard, but that's really like, when you play the game enough, that's kind of what you want, right? All right, next up is Tetris Connect. It's my first time playing this game this year. This is another one that, once again, if you have suffered from seizures or anything like that, be very mindful with this type of game. This is Tetris done by the creator of Rez. It basically has the energy of Child of Eden injected into it. It's if you play Tetris for like the chill out, zone out energy of Tetris, this is a good version of Tetris. If you play Tetris for like competitive reasons or like the competitive end of Tetris, you're probably not going to enjoy this game quite as much. The gameplay is a little bit more dialed around vibes than anything else. Partner plays the game almost exclusively. Oh, very good. It is a very good version of Tetris. Oh, it's on for 20 bucks. That's a pretty good deal for it. It's a pretty good version of Tetris though. I'm just gonna move this over just a little bit. There we go. So this version has classic mode, which Code hated. I did, because there's no piece hold, and you can't see your... Well, I think you can see your next piece, but you can't hold pieces. I was a little angry. White's like, White's like, play Tetris with me, and I'm like, well, okay. And she's like, this version, and I'm like, okay. And we get in, and it's like the worst version of Tetris I've played. It doesn't even feel as good as NES Tetris, but it is classic Tetris. Which also didn't have a piece hold, I guess, thinking on it, but like, it's just, like, hold is so important. But Tetris Effect is really good. I would say probably up here, probably S tier. I'm not a huge Tetris fan. It's behind my head. There we go. I'm not a huge Tetris fan. I probably ultimately had more fun with Tetris 99 than I did Tetris Effect, because I kind of like that little bit more competitive edge. But this is a very good vibes game. Like, if you're just looking to decompress and enjoy some feels, just some decompressed feels. Also, the music is very good in it. So, I'm gonna say Tetris Effect is like probably an S tier. It is still very good. All right, moving on. Okay, here's another throwback. Another throwback on this one. It's Monster Train. Many of y'all actually arrived here watching me play Monster Train, because that's kind of a game I played a lot. It was a little bit of my cooldown game for a while there. I did a second playthrough of it this year. I did a second playthrough on Game Pass. I ended up double platinuming them. I'll workshop that. I ended up getting 2 platinums. I ended up getting the platinum on Steam this year. I ended up getting the platinum on Game Pass, because I learned a technique for the final achievement that I was missing. So, double platinums in Monster Train. Monster Train is a really good game. It's a reverse tower defense game. Well, maybe not even a reverse tower defense game. No, it's a tower defense game. It's a tower defense card game. Where you place cards, which are monsters, on a train to try and protect it from angels that are attacking the train as you fly through hell. Interesting premise. It has lots of cool items that augment your stuff and your builds. There's 6 different factions with the DLC. There's a lot of replay value packed in this game. There's so much going on with Monster Train. It's a very good game. If you haven't played it, I definitely recommend looking into it, especially if you like card games. It is apparently currently on sale. How much is it on sale for? Gotta be careful that the 70% off. Ooh, $9. I do recommend the DLC if you do buy this game though. The DLC is absolutely worth it, and makes the game much better and much more playable. I just played the base game this year on Game Pass because I didn't want to buy the DLC. Still pretty good, but not great. Not as great. So here's the thing about Monster Train. Monster Train's DLC is much better. It makes the game a better game. Alright, Satori, you have a great night, okay? And have a happy new year. Thanks for hanging out. You have a good night. Monster Train is, like, as much as I like this game, I know that it's fundamentally flawed. So, I'm gonna put it down here, probably. I'll put it in A tier because I do like it a lot still, but it is a game that is flawed. And the flaws are really, really like obvious the more you play it. And it does feel like oftentimes your best successes in this game are when you are able to break out of the game. Kind of like Inscription, but Inscription's designed around that idea. Monster Train, you're doing it against, I think, the game's wishes, so to speak. So Monster Train has my recommendation, but it's also not perfect. All right. So next up we have another cool game, platformer. Also another. It's technically a Hololiver game, isn't it? Which is Flare Nui Nui Quest. Which so this game is basically a Mega Man game. It's a Mega Man game with Hololive characters. It's really good. I think it's a really solid Mega Man game. I have one or two problems with a couple bosses in it being like really finky, especially if you're trying to do like a no-hit clear. I think because there's an achievement in the game for something like for that. But otherwise, the gameplay itself is really good. It is a little too tight by moments for a few things, but overall, really good. I would put it in S tier, so I'm gonna put it in S. So right there, right next to Splatoon and Scarlet Symphony. I think I enjoyed it more than Scarlet Symphony. It's a little bit easier than Scarlet Symphony 2. Honestly, they're about neck and neck. They could do either or, really. I think Flare Nui Nui Quest is gonna hit a lot better for a lot of people, though. People will enjoy this game more, and it's also free. It's a free-to-play game. You can find it on itch.io. And the dev was super nice and actually swung by too. All right. So next up is I'm gonna pick up the pace a little bit on these. I don't want to get like some games I'm gonna talk more about than others, of course. So that's just inevitable. But so next up was Superliminal. Superliminal is a first-person puzzle game where your perspective is everything, and you use your perspective to manipulate objects to increase and decrease their size or position in rooms to solve puzzles. It's relatively straightforward. There's an interesting little narrative going on. I enjoyed my time with it, but I do feel like everything after, I wasn't really itching to do a second playthrough of it. It's like, and I'm gonna say probably in around here. I think it's probably an A tier. There's like, I'm trying to think, like, so we recently played a game called The Corridor, and it kind of, I feel like if there was a running narrative or like a narrator talking the whole time, I might have enjoyed it slightly more. There's some good puzzles in the game. None of the puzzles really got me like really stuck, but they were satisfying to solve. I don't know. I think we could probably put it like probably right here. I think solid middle of A tier. Nothing really inherently wrong with the game. I do think the extras are kind of a little bit like taxing to do. Like the replay value is kind of weird, and I do think there's by moments where I solve puzzles in weird ways that you could do them, but they were kind of awkward. In fact, actually, I broke the game at one point now that I think about it, but you know, we don't measure it by that alone. All right, so okay, here's another one. Okay, so this is actually a DLC expansion to a game that we played the other year, which is Dead Cells Dead Cells, the Castlevania expansion. Return to Castlevania. There we go. So Dead Cells Return to Castlevania. Overall, honestly, I think it's a better version of Dead Cells. It might just be because when I originally played Dead Cells, I was kind of lukewarm on it. It's a good game, but I had problems with it. And it was like, it's a good game that's close to a great game, which can be really frustrating to play. And Dead Cells might have just like patched itself to a degree that like I like it more now. I'll have to go back to this game and play it more. I did not complete the DLC entirely, but what I did play was really fun. I'm probably willing to say probably top of A tier. Maybe, based on how much fun I had though, probably right about here. So about A tier, but I do think it is probably, it's DLC that's absolutely worth getting for Dead Cells. It is like, there's an immense amount of references and there's a lot of love that was put into it. The bosses are pretty good, they're pretty fun. The extra equipment items and sub-weapons or whatever that they add to the game actually kind of improves the game in my opinion. I think it's, I don't think I would play Dead Cells without the Castlevania DLC at this point. Alright. Next up is a game, Young Souls. We played this on Game Pass. Young Souls is another beat 'em up. This really was the year of beat 'em ups. I'm realizing like how many I played. Young Souls is a beat 'em up RPG between you play two twins. You in fact do play both of the twins, though you can play multiplayer. But you can tag between them. It's a beat 'em up with a lot of RPG mechanics. There's there's a lot of story going into it, a lot of character push for character narrative. The gameplay mechanics are pretty good, but I do remember having like a weird, it does feel a little bit weird with where do you put it? I remember like the parries being kind of like they're required, but they're also like weird to do in this game, or like the window for them was really tight or like tighter than expected. Early on this game, I guess with an asterisk, I did play this game on hard mode initially because I heard that normal is sometimes a little bit too easy for this game. Hard is a little hard starting out. I did get my footing eventually, but I do remember it being a little bit tough out of the gate. But I remember having like a weird like nuance where blocking didn't seem very good and parrying seemed really, really particular in this game, so it was a little bit like, I had a hard time getting comfortable, but once I did get comfortable in it, it was pretty good overall. I don't think it's a game that's gonna light the world on fire once again. I do think it's story. I think they were building for a big narrative and then they realized that they were running out of like, not necessarily budget, but like they're running out of time, and I think that it's, yo Xandra, how you doing? Yo, happy New Year's everyone. Yo, Xandra, what's up? What are you up to? Yeah, well, wait, you're playing Retroll? Wait, what is that? No, you're playing Retro. Oh my god, my eyes. My eyes are melting. You're playing Retro. What are you playing? Tell me. Happy New Year's, everyone. Hey, Mana Brent. Hey, Triply. How y'all doing? We're playing random retro games for New Year's. Oh, what all did you play? Happy New Year's, everyone. Wishing you the best in 2024. I've absolutely destroyed the hard modes in Pokemon Puzzle League. Oh, hell yeah. I'm like, I have a wife that does it too. There we go. I guess just to finish off my thought process here, Young Souls, if the narrative it actually stuck the landing with the narrative, I think I would have enjoyed it more. I get it that it's like your characters are moody teens, it has a lot of 80s vibes, which are really good. I think the aesthetic of this game fucking slaps for Young Souls. The aesthetic slaps, but I do feel like your characters are almost like, you can make teenage characters that are kind of brooding without making them like completely unlikable, and I feel like this game kind of by moments felt like the characters were more unlikable than likable. And the story kind of just like it hits a point where it's like, oh, we gotta wrap this up, we gotta wrap up the show. And when you hit that point, it feels really obvious. I'm gonna say probably a little below River City Girls. It's not a bad game by any extent. I think it'd be really fun with a second person. So we'll put it at the kind of in the middle of B tier. And like, there's like equipment and some fun stuff, fun customization stuff. So I think it's like substantially better than Phantom Breaker. But straight puzzle, Pokemon Puzzle League, very good. But also, hey Rain Dog, how you doing? Happy New Year's. But yeah, for everybody that's popping in, I should probably introduce myself. Objectively Cat, thank you for the raid. Oh, you're playing Death Must Die. How is that going? Also, what else did you get up to, Xandra? Cat, a bird, and a fish walk into a bar. The cat says, this is a raid. It's going fairly well? Hey, good. So what we've been doing tonight, I guess, like I said, I should introduce myself. I'm Code, I was Katie your cat, she, they pronouns. I'm a variety bodega cat VTuber who usually streams 3 to 4 games a night, 4 to 5 nights a week. And yeah, we're recapping our games we played this year in 2023. And we played 150 games this year. So we're going through and we are reviewing every single game we played. So this is like just like a super packed stream. Played some Kirby and some Pokemon Pinball. Oh, I haven't played Pokemon Pinball in ages. I remember liking it. Oh, which Kirby did you play? Absolutely, if you need to go get some rest, you go get some rest, okay, Sandra? But anyways, I hope y'all are down for some just chill vibes and talking about games. Boy, there's a few things I want to get to this year, though, that I didn't get to, unfortunately. But where I'm getting into retro games this year, we're stepping back to move forward. We're gonna get into some fun stuff soon. Okay, here's one that I can talk about a little bit. Here we go. All right, next up, Guilty Gear Strive. Yeah, you go get some rest, Sandra. Guilty Gear Strive. This isn't my first time playing it, of course, but it is a game I played this year. Geez, what to say about Guilty Gear Strive? Guilty Gear Strive basically takes Guilty Gear's formula, shakes it up a little bit. It's probably the best entry point in the series right now if you want to get into Guilty Gear. If you want to get into fighting games, it's also a very good entry point. The game is very solid overall. It exists. It does exist. The game is like really solid overall. But it's maybe a little bit less like ham than prior Guilty Gears. I like my Guilty Gears ham. I think Guilty Gear Strive does a lot of good things. It's maybe not to my benefit or to my preference, but I do think the game is very good. I'm willing to put it probably up in S tier. I enjoy it. I'm gonna maybe like shift these just around a little bit. Maybe like this. I enjoy it, but like I do have like problems with it. As much as I do think they tried to make the game more accessible, I do think that they've just kind of moved the flag a little bit with what makes the game hard. I think that's been one of my struggles with the game, is realizing that it's like, this game isn't any easier than like Xrd, but it's just like the priorities are in a different place. I will say the characters that came out this year were absolute bangers. We of course have Bridget come out this year, and Bridget is kind of the face of Guilty Gear at this point. And we closed out the year with Elfelt, a character I've been one of my mains, and a character I've been like waiting for a long time. I would like to get more into the game, but I just haven't quite got my footing just yet. But I do think the game is very good. I think it's worth its salt. It's worth playing. If you're interested in fighting games and interested in getting into fighting games, it's a good game to grab. All right. Ooh, actually, here's. Oh my God, here we go. Here's a classic. I'm gonna just grab this. There we go. And I guess I'll probably save this out too. And I'm having to grab a few things here. Okay, grab that. And trying to. This one's taking a little bit. God damn. I cannot get a good picture of this, and that is really weird that I can't. Okay, here we go. Okay, this'll have to do. Okay, thinking back to Pat the Flip's essay about harder games are easier on newbies because there's a larger likelihood that the person you're fighting against will drop what they're doing. That's also a possibility. Like Guilty Gear is something that like there's a lot going on there. There's a lot to unbox, more than I can do in like this short review, but I do think that like, yeah. Okay, so first up, we're gonna drag this in here. All right, Klonoa. We did the Klonoa collection. Klonoa Fantasy Reverie something. Word series. Okay, so we played that this year. I'm looking for, there it is. Okay, so, oh, that's not it. God damn. I'm having a hard time, like, I'm having a hard time getting an image for this one. Surely what? I just saved it out. I have thoughts as a baby to fighting games who also suffers from basically chronic joint muscle pain, but I am baby at fighting games, so I don't know how much it counts. It absolutely counts. Like, your experiences are your experiences, and you've played fighting games for actually a while now. So like, you know, you probably have some, you know, you have feelings, right? And those are valid. I am trying to get a fucking image for this. Y'all have to hang tight with me on this one. This one's not happening very easily. Okay, so I'm gonna use the PlayStation artwork for this, because I can't get a better image. Then, oh, there it is. I found it. It doesn't matter. I'll go with this one for now. All right, so we played the Klonoa series. We got Klonoa Fantasy Reverie series, which contain Klonoa 1 and Klonoa 2, though there is more Klonoa games than that, I guess. Klonoa 1. This game, I remember, like, I remember renting these games, but I don't remember, like, I did not remember, like, beating them or anything like that. Actually, you know what? I think I rented the first one. I did not rent the second one, but I remember seeing the second one. But the first one, I did not remember. I guess I just didn't get that far in it or what. I don't remember what it was, but anyways, so Klonoa 1 is a fucking, I'm like, I can't believe this game is for kids. This game is intense. Like, you like, your grandpa has sent you out on a thing to do, and then you come back and they fucking drop it's just fucking, they Independence Day grandpa. And it's fucked up. Like, spoiler alert for Klonoa. I'm like, This game would have fucking shaked me if I was a younger child. God damn. It shook me and I'm an adult. Mostly. As far as Klonoa 1 goes, its gameplay is pretty okay. It's a decent platformer. It's kind of in the same vein as like Kirby almost. But I always made the belief that kids deserve to be hecked up by stuff. Like, just like 80s kids movies. Absolutely. Yeah. I have to evolve myself into a sleeping form. Absolutely, Dracly. Absolutely. So, Klonoa 1, not for children. It's a pretty okay game. I'm gonna put it at the top of each tier. I think they introduce like the stuff that they do with it at the very end. The cloud completes Klonoa's ear. That's actually really funny. Anyways. Look at that. Look at that. Hero, how you doing? Look at this. I mean, that's just a sign right there. Look at... Hey, why is that not working? What? Just one sec. There. There we go. Ah. No. Yes. Look. It's weird. Happy New Year's, Hero! How you doing? How's things going? There we go. Alright, you have a great night, okay, Dracly? We're gonna probably take a little break soon-ish. Soonish. But not yet. Alright, so let's get back to our tier list here. What do y'all think? Is it better if I have it like bigger? Or would y'all like it like, is it better like this or is it better like this? I don't know how it is for viewing. Bigger, better? Just have it as my whole background, maybe? Just trying to relax so I don't stress about usual New Year's stuff. Aw, gotcha. Okay, well you relax with us, chill out with us. We're talking about all the games we played this year. Smaller-ish? Okay. So maybe like this. Okay. Not so big that it's like taking up the whole background. So anyways, Klonoa 1, nightmarish, not for children. But like as a game, it's like pretty okay. I might even put it. It's not completing the ear now. I might put it maybe below Snowboard Kids 2. See, like when I look at it, it's like I enjoyed Klonoa a lot less than a lot of these other games. Like it's an okay game. Hey Floppable, how you doing? Nightmarish, perfect for kids. Perfect for the children. The children, they don't deserve sleep. Anyways, but also it ends on like the worst fucking note I've ever seen a game end on. Like, spoiler alerts for Klonoa, plug your ears, I'll wave when I'm done spoiling. It was all just a fucking dream. Like, and then you find out like it's not just like all just a fucking dream, like your entire like life was a dream. Your grandpa was a dream, didn't exist. So it's actually okay that they blew up grandpa because he didn't exist anyways. It's strangely fucked up in a weird way. I know. Like they bring you to this world and then you just find out that it's like it never existed anyways. So like, but it's not like a Super Mario Brothers 2 way where it's like, oh well, the world just existed, that was a dream. No, all the characters you met and everything you did, none of it existed, none of it mattered. It was and it's gone. So Klonoa 1, even Klonoa 1 was like, no more. Like I said though, the game is okay. I didn't hate it. I generally enjoyed my time with it. Klonoa 2, on the other hand, is a really weird one. On one hand, Klonoa 2 is, it's like they focused on the things I disliked about the first game. and they made that the entire game. It does have a little variety in there. I like the snowboarding sections. I think the snowboarding sections are really good. And it does give us the gift of, that fucking didn't work. What the hell? What is going on with my redeems here? Just one sec. I'm gonna restart this. Y'all gonna hear a sound when the thing starts up. So everybody just hang tight. How did that not work? So just everybody hang tight. There we go. Probably time we change up our music anyways. It's kind of being recycled. Actually, did it just re-roll the same music? I think it did. I haven't played a lot of games. Warframe, which I didn't play most of the year. Monster Hunter World, Minecraft, V Rising, Eastward, Sky. Oh, this is still a lot. Yeah, Dark. I was gonna try. Oh, I will just say right now. I will say right now, Hero. High Fire Rush is worth your time. It's a good game. It's a very good game. So not Link's Awakening way where you you know and then you know and then it becomes sad because. Okay, so like in Link's Awakening, Link's Awakening is very sad, and it is very sad that like it's also a dream in that, but like in Klonoa 1, it's like aggravating because they made you feel something like intense about your because of your grandpa, and then they just like it didn't matter. It was a lie. They lied to you. So I don't know. Klonoa 1. Oh, I was gonna wave my hands. No more Klonoa 1 spoilers. Okay. It's like very surreal, dreamlike game in general. Yes. Yeah. Wahoo depression. That is absolutely Klonoa. How is it not working? That is supposed to work. Just one sec. It's gonna bother me, the fact that we can't Wahoo. That's an important redeem right there. How? Oh, are you fucking kidding me? Is the one that had I somehow managed to put a capital in it. Yeah, well, Klonoa 2 gave us Wahoo. And it also gave us the best music. In fact, I will play you some of its music. Cause we could use the music changed up. Can I just like run this? Wait, what? Wait, why is this just a shortcut of it? What? Say what? How do I only have a shortcut of Klonoa's music? I need the full thing. I'll just okay. We gotta go to Google for a minute. We gotta go to YouTube for a minute. What's it called? There we go. All right. This is like, this in my opinion is the best part of Klonoa 2, which is it's Wahoo, but his happiness is short. Oh no. It's the best part of Klonoa 2 right there. Unfortunately, it's not enough to like elevate the game for me. Like I said, I feel like Klonoa 2 like focuses on things that I didn't like about Klonoa 1, and they make the game kind of more about that. Had it been a more like fast, like it becomes more puzzly and slow, but like not even like fully puzzly. It just feels slow. I'm gonna put Klonoa 2 as a C. Some people are gonna hate me for that, but like I didn't like Klonoa 2 that much. and I felt like I didn't feel attached to the characters as much. My grandpa got blown up. Like, Klonoa's design's better, but as far as the collection goes, I think it's good. If you want to get both games, it's probably worth your time, worth your money. It can only really be as good as the best game in the collection, so. But the question is it better just to own the first game and not even touch the second game? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. This is very loud. I'm gonna stop that now. Alright. So, anyways. Now that I'm done blowing out everybody's ears. Link's Awakening was inspired by Twin Peaks. Oh, I see. I would believe it. Alright, so... like... it's hard because of course I'm reviewing these on a metric. This is, you know what? I just gotta put like I gotta say like reviewing games like this is not good because like it's not indicative of like some games are just better at what they do, even though they're not necessarily a better game. Which is like, that's a weird hurdle that you sometimes have to deal with when it comes to this sort of thing. So take the placement with a grain of salt. There's a list about how you feel about a game. That's true. Okay, another little game that we played via Game Pass was Merge and Blade. It's kind of like 2048 with but with like little like characters with little like RPG soldier classes and things, and you do little RPG battles after so many turns, and you have to fuse them together to make stronger units. I really like the concept of this game. It's really simplistic. It's very easy just to sit down and like play a bunch of it. I do think that like a lot of its problems are tied to just like its extra content, its roguelite mode, its puzzle mode, or whatever. So is this the inner light scenario, question mark? I'm not sure. Not sure what that means. Things are just low-key kind of weird. Yeah, like Klonoa 2, it's weird vibes. Weird vibes with Klonoa 2. I like the vibes better in 1, but 1 is also like it's a more memorable nightmare. 2 just feels as snowboarding. That's really its big win. But Merge and Blade, it's like okay. I wish that roguelite mode, I wish they kind of fixed that. I wish they kind of fixed some of the things. What's an episode of Star Trek where Picard gets blasted by a probe that injects an entire lifetime worth of memories into his head? Oh shit, I see. Gotcha. That's kind of Klonoa, yes. I'm gonna say Merge and Blade is like kind of like down here with 10s, roughly. It is close to being a really, really good game, but the fact that they fumble the roguelite mode, they make it like way too hard and way too like, I could not find any strategy that worked for the roguelite mode. Not that it doesn't exist, but like the fact that like 0.6% of players were able to like beat the first stage in the roguelite mode probably says something. The story mode is like fine. It's a little bit repetitive, but if you're looking for just a chill puzzle game to chew on, it's pretty fun. Yeah, I'll say top of C. Alright. Oh, hell yeah. Next game is we gotta get a picture for it. We gotta get a picture because it was a spectacular game. It was it was Super Cake Boy. Who doesn't love Super Cake Boy? Classic game. Super Cake Boy, actually, I'm like, is this free on Steam? I forget if Super Cake Boy is free on Steam. Super Cake Boy. Super Cake Boy is free on Steam, and it is an NES-style platformer where you are a chef, and is done by Suit and Sandals, which... Oh, never mind, I thought it was a different dev. Anyways, but it's honestly just a cute little NES-style platformer, completely free. I had a pretty good time with it. There's like there's some nice achievements in the game that give it some nice replay value. It's solid. There's maybe a little bit of a nuance that I disliked where like you lose your power-ups if you die, and the power-ups are sometimes really important for like adding the depth to approaching situations. So it's kind of got the same problem that like early Castlevania has, where it's like your sub-weapons are what add the depth to the game, but like when you lose those, the game becomes a little bit more like one-dimensional, and which is a problem with a lot of NES games, let's be real. But for what it is, it's pretty good. It's completely free, which is also really nice. I'm gonna put it in B, honestly. Super Cake Boy, you heard it here. It's better than Klonoa. And I did a better job cooking in Super Cake Boy than I did in Cooking Simulator. So I'm gonna put it ahead of Cooking Simulator. So what's next after the tier list? Are we playing to start the year? That is a good question. I'm gonna decide that probably on Thursday, or Wednesday for the next stream. Okay, actually here's one. Here's another bigger game. Probably Resident Evil 8. We're gonna be playing probably Resident Evil Village on Wednesday. We're gonna be checking out the DLC probably. Okay, next up is Valheim. Valheim, it's a game where you're Vikings and you're living Viking lives, doing Viking things, and breeding pigs. I said that weird, breeding pigs. I mean, you're a pig farmer. It's Pig Farm Simulator 20, Pig Farm Simulator. When did the Vikings exist? I'm like, what year Vikings? Just one sec, I gotta find out when the Vikings existed. Oh, earlier than I thought. Okay, so it's Viking Simulator 793. Honestly, so it's an open world game. Keed, my good friend and local kitchen man of legend, Keed, wanted me to try it. And you know what? I said, fine, I'm gonna try it. I'll play some Valheim with you. It's an open world game. You're exploring, you're building houses, you're getting food, you're swinging your sword, you're fighting things. I felt like the idea of it was more cohesive than how I enjoyed like stuff like Minecraft, if that makes sense. I think Minecraft is like a top, like, amazing game. Like, Minecraft is like iconic, but Valheim like kind of does the same thing, but I felt like just like having that extra theme of Vikings somehow made it like more like palatable to me, I guess, in some weird way. And Aries, Happy New Year's. Made it more palatable, I think, as a whole. It's not my favorite game to play, and I did get tired of it. I did not finish it. It's a long run, let's be real. And admittedly, I think that there was a little bit of, towards the end of our streams for it, there was a little bit of like dragging me to the things that are cool as fast as possible because she's getting bored. Which I think was maybe a little bit of a problem. A little bit less enjoyable that way. But I think Valheim is really good, just not my personal cup of tea, but I think it's an S-rank game. I think it's pretty cool. I could see this being a lot of people's like favorite game that they play. Yeah. All right. Ooh. Okay. So we finally made it after all these games so far that we've reviewed. All these games take us to March. So this is everything I played from January to February. Okay, so it turns out that my 150 game recap might take multiple days. We're 5 hours in and we've covered 2 months. I talk too much. Oh no. Okay. I'll be a little bit like quicker with some of these games. Oh my god. Damn girl, I know, right? I'm trying to be like thorough, you know what I mean? Trying to be thorough with what I'm talking about. I want to give every game their fair due, their fair shake. Alright, so next up. I love you talking. Aw, good. So next up is Resident Evil 4 Remake, or as it's abbreviated, REAR. So I appreciate your in-depth reviews. Aw, good. Resident Evil 4 Remake. This game, is a game that I don't think anybody felt was necessary until it came out, and then I think a lot of people realized this was pretty good. Slacker, how you doing? Happy New Year's. We'll take a break after Resident Evil 4, so we're gonna take a quick break in the next like 5 minutes or whatever. Probably take me 10 minutes to get through talking about Resident Evil 4. So Resident Evil 4, nobody thought this game was necessary. I certainly didn't. I played Resident Evil 4 October 2022, and I was like, this game is fundamentally perfect. There's like a few flaws, but like nothing that warranted doing a whole fucking remake of it. Other than maybe the lighting. The lighting was like, can you post a link to this tier list later? Absolutely. I will probably share it on my socials. Resident Evil 4 Remake was so good to convey this. I didn't think this game was necessary. I played it, and I actually was like, God damn, this might be better than the original. Yeah, in Twitch chat, I mean, maybe. I don't know. I don't know how to do a link for a tier list like this. So might be better than the original. That said, I think it's like neck and neck with the original. Also, Hologram, how you doing? Happy New Year's. Might be better than the original. And like that says a lot. The original is practically flawless. The things it improves, I think, is its narrative. I think the story is better. The characters are conveyed better. Click save. I see a download button, but I don't see a save button. It gives a link address. I'm not gonna do it right now because we actually had it wipe the list once a little bit ago, so I'm gonna be really careful with that. But Resident Evil 4 Remake. The narrative in this game is, I think, just better than the original. It's better than the original. I think the characters are executed better. I'm a little bit like lukewarm on some of the voice acting compared to the original. The original has very classic voice acting, even though it is silly. It's a lot more campy. This game manages to be scary, but also still kind of campy at the same time, which is interesting, but definitely not as campy as the original. The gameplay is good. It's very polished. It's Resident Evil 4 with more. The things that they add to the game are actually decent. They're like, I thought initially when I got to the boating section that I was gonna hate it and that it was gonna be super unnecessary, and it's like okay. There's nothing. It's maybe not like winning me over is making the game better than the original, but it's like, it's fine. It's fine. But really, what makes this game better than the original is honestly, Luis. Luis he's so much better in this game, and they do that character justice so much better. I enjoyed. He's just great. He's great. Ashley and Leon have a nice dynamic that doesn't get like kind of weird like in the original. I didn't play Resident Evil 4 Remake, but I did enjoy all the mostly fan art that's spurred. Right, good fan art too. But yeah, so Resident Evil 4, it's the original and more, and also separate ways is a billion times better in this game than it is in the original. And the extra content that they've put into this game with its Mercenaries mode. Mercenaries mode's really good. I think I like the original Mercenaries mode slightly better, but only just slightly. but like honestly, it's less that it's replacing Resident Evil 4 and more that it complements Resident Evil 4, which I think is like really key to understand about this game. It just feels like playing Resident Evil 4 but refreshed, and with some nice quality of life improvements, some nice just general improvements. They added another whole system to the game with like attaching like keychains to your cache case, which is pretty cool. It's good. There's next to nothing I could say that's bad about this game. It's just solid, and it's absolutely a Game of the Year contender, no question. Okay, let me look here. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna take a little break because we've been going for about 5 hours. I think it would be, I'm gonna just take a 12-minute. So this is our list for now, though, which I think is pretty fair. I haven't had a lot of games that I've disliked this year. For the most part, the ones that I, even like things in C tier, I generally like. I just feel like they either have big flaws or I just, I just didn't enjoy them as much, like Klonoa 2. Like Gunlock, honestly, could probably go above Klonoa 2 even. But overall, yeah, I feel pretty good about the upper end of this. Like, yeah. A lot of these, of course, are from like the other years too, because let's be real, good games get played over multiple years, so oftentimes. But yeah, I feel pretty good about it. But like I said, I need to take a break. I need to grab some food and get hydrated and all that stuff. So I hope everybody's enjoyed the list so far and are ready for part 2 when I get back. So everybody hang tight and enjoy the clip show, and I will see y'all in a few, alright? BRB, and also Happy New Year's, just in case any of you got to take off, alright? Y'all have a Happy New Year's. BRB. I just know that it's a thing that happens.
Sorry.
No, that was on me. That was on me. I was also just releasing.
No, let's be real. It was on.
Yeah. It's called teamwork, Keith. I'll tell you about it sometime. Market easily. Cut out the middleman, buy the ingredients yourself. The more I'm listening to Sawyer, this sounds like me. This sounds like me accidentally inventing cooking. I can make an app that tells you how to make a dish like a restaurant would. Okay, no, Sawyer's thinking bigger than I would. You save the cost by not paying for, amazing. You just invented cooking.
Really?
Oh yeah, cooking, that's what it's called. Ugh, this is also dumb. Oh my god! Am I just Sawyer? Huh? Huh?
Oh, that's the big damage! Yes!
Bye now.
We just got an achievement for overpowered. Because no AP cost means we're gonna do 9,999.
Oh yeah.
Yeah! Hammer punch!
We're in. Good luck shooting me if I don't ever fucking stop. Let me see. Explosive. Okay. Yeah. What if? Fuck. No. Yeah. Oh. Tiny hand. I got distracted. Oh. I'm like, oh. Hello. Hello, tiny hand. Let's go. Oh, well, this is fair. Tiny hand is valid too. I'm like, yeah, yeah, yeah. Scratch those human ears. Those don't get scratched very often. Very good. People forget about these ones. These are my human ears that I use to listen to human people. They don't get much use, honestly. Let's be real. 10 seconds into the stream, I'm already enjoying myself. Let's fucking go. How many crab ninjas can we fight with a fucking claymore? Oh shit, immediately got stuck on that lamp. Ugh. Ugh. Get demolished. Ugh. Okay, oh my god, we're just like we're just fucking hill bashing this crap. Oh my god. And it's fucking working. Oh my goodness. I can't believe that worked. That fucking crab thought just because I was against the wall I wouldn't be able to swing my sword. Surprise, surprise asshole. He pommel. Pommel strike this asshole. Fuck, let's go. You're done. Would you look at that? Fucking coconut crab main. Coconut crab main. I knew it. Should've known. Roof. Oh, this area is cool. God damn, this game just like the moment you think it's just like kind of wrapping up, it just keeps giving. Ah, fuck! I don't want to. No, I'm good. Oh, I'm pumped for Resident Evil 4. Excite. Very excite. Oh. Excite. I mean, it's music, so it's not really something like... That was literally the perfect timing for that. I was just like... Oh my god. Yeah, hey Paper, how you doing? Trying to remove the stigma of Unga Leo. I'm bringing in Calculate Leo. Gotcha. Leo with the like accounting visor and little glasses, yeah. We're oh my god, I have the perfect thing for this. Just one sec. You're playing a ungological Leo. I've heard of them. Professor Silverback. Good luck with that one. Wait, what? He's doing Unga science is a type of science. Like ungological, let's be real. What have I come back to? We're talking about Calculate Leo. Okay. Oh god, I gotta sneeze. Profile. This other character's like... Hey you! Hey you! Hey you! Pardon me. Climbing a ladder so sliding down. Which in For Honor will knock you off the ladder onto your back and you just lay there. You lay there like you've been hit by a truck. You're just laying there like, what happened? Ladders are a martial art, they are. Because the thing is, you can use that against your enemies. If you slide down a ladder, knock an enemy off, you can just fucking finish them on the ground. It's inevitable when she's like doing... Oh, thank you. Thank you, Buttercoochie, gosh. I was just about to say, this better not be a donation. No. Pearl. Pearl. Well, thank you. Thank you for the big donation. Stop it. Stop it. I know what you're all doing. Stop. Maze is being a pain in the ass for sure, though. Oh, and also it has assisted aim, which is actually just annoying. Which is really funny because I'm actually wearing a helmet that also causes assisted aim. Are you, Ashley? No, Ashley, you can't run with the dogs. I just don't always have burger. Oh. Oh my god. I just realized I can put burger on a different layer. I can put burger on this layer here, and now burger. Burger. I love burger. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. I just have a mental image of Code riding a tiny Lamborghini on our way to get cheese. Oh my god. That's exactly what I was imagining, basically. That's what I imagined too. And then I'd drive my tiny cart to the kitchen and somebody would throw down some cheese and it would just be like, yes. Ha. I live the dream. I'm living. It's large just like searching around looking for kind of the right things. Oh no. I've ended up in an infinity loop trying to rub against this guy's leg. No. There we go. There we go. I'm ready. Go. Whoa, fuck. Fuck. I can't believe this could happen. Hey, it worked pretty good in the end. Oh, jeez. Oh. Oh. Damn, he's got some, like, good AoE. he's waiting for us to heal up so he can finish his kick. Damn, he's got an active hitbox going. I think we should just go like this.
Yeah.
Everybody charge up. Yeah.
Advantage of your enemies.
Yeah, that's right. Get wrecked. Yeah, that's right. Get dunked on.
I'll just take care of that.
You thought your kick would be stronger just because you did it longer? Surprise, it wasn't. Shredder tried to kill us with the world's longest kick, but it backfired.
The walls of gravity. That's funny.
Shredder's like, I've been practicing this kick since the 80s. Wait for. Look at that. Dracula no hit clear. Any percent. But shit, fuck. Okay, whatever. We're probably not coming back. Oh shit, man. I'm not having any luck with that dodge right now. Oh jeez. I'm not gonna lie, honestly, I kind of want to know what that feels like. It looks spongy. It may be pleasant, I don't know.